Live.
Yes. Good evening. 10 minutes past 10 p.m., of course, East African time. We are here, the final day of Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, as you can see from your screens, we have Raila Amolo Odinga final journey after what we saw today in Bondo, whereby Raila Odinga was given that final send-off, whereby a lot of leaders from the country, led by President William Ruto, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo was also present, and also the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, whereby millions of Kenyans, they turned up to witness this historical day whereby the Democrat Raila Amolo Odinga was laid to rest. And here in Africa 24, we start with May Raila Amolo Odinga's soul rest in peace. And I am not alone here as we discuss Raila Amolo Odinga final journey. I have Mzalendo and Jeremiah Omondi. They will be giving me their views about this final send-off of Raila Amolo Odinga, the speeches that came from the opposition led by Joe, and also led by John Buddy. And of course, I have the speech for the John Buddy, whereby he spoke a lot of Luo, and I don't understand Luo, but I know Jeremiah and Mzalendo, they are going to interpret it for us because he sounded so arch. But he said he will be strong because if it was Raila, then Raila would be strong. Mzalendo, today it was the final day of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, one of the political regime that Kenya will live to remember. What do you have to say about the death of Raila Amolo Odinga? Has it shaken this country to an extent whereby everything is standstill since he died on Tuesday?
Well, thank you very much, and good evening, viewers and listeners, wherever you are. I can say one thing: we mourn not just a man, but an era of a visionary man who had very good dreams for a nation, kept on his shoulders, and that was Raila Amolo Odinga. He was a symbol of, courage, resilience, and unyielding spirit of freedom. And remember, Raila's journey started in detention, and he came to national leadership, and he has struggled a lot in pain and giving his supporters a lot of hope that they'll one day see the promised land. Now, Raila has sacrificed a lot, and there was a lot of injustices done to this man. He gave his voice to the voiceless, people who could not speak up, people like me and you, for many years. And now, his fight was never personal. The way you see now on the social spaces, the way people are taking this fight as a personal vendetta. It was always about Kenya and the people of Kenya and the way he wanted us to live. From everybody who has spoken in Raila's funeral, those who have given him tribute, you could hear one thing about them. Raila lifted me up from where I was. Raila did ABCD for me. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am. And that is what leadership is all about. Leadership is creating opportunities for the less fortunate, or giving people a platform that they can exercise their freedoms. So Raila gave that a freedom to many political leaders that we see today. People like Mbadi, that they started talking about politics with Raila When he was in campus, you could visit him in his room. He narrated that story, and that is something that not so many people knew. I only I only knew about it when he mentioned it during his tribute. So Raila represented a free society with a lot of fairness, and he also wanted the people of Kenya to be united. So that is what I read from what has happened from the time he died. But I also want to give, somebody who really touched me in Raila's tribute was the daughter Winnie. I think her tribute to the father was very, very painful and very interesting because one, he saw his last moments with the dad. So that's what I gather. And may the soul of Jacom rest in eternal peace. The lion may be asleep, but it still roars. So, yeah, that's all I can say.
Yes, that is Muzalendo, of course, saying the king is dead, but long live the crown. That is a statement and a word that was given by the daughter, of course, Winnie Odinga. Jeremiah, today it was the final day of Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, a death that has hit millions of Kenyans and also in the entire world. Maybe we can hear from you, from what you have seen today, from the speeches, and what we have to conclude as we say goodbye to Raila Odinga.
Mm. Uh, Raila's death has exposed quite a number of things that the public never knew. People that just read about Raila, in the media or see him in the media. There are so many things that are coming to light now that people didn't know about. For example, if I take Mzalendo's example of Mbadi, a lot of people imagine that Raila started knowing Mbadi when Mbadi was an MP,
Yeah.
but very, very few people knew that Raila probably played a role in him being MP, and their relationship started way, way back then, right? Another thing that personally for me, I have really come to appreciate is now I understand Raila's decisions better, okay, than I used to do before. We used to look at his decisions largely from a political angle, but I realized that Raila, the person, was a very forgiving person, a person who never held grudges and made decisions, right? Not based on his feelings a lot of times, because otherwise he would be enemies with almost everyone. And that, if you listen to everyone who spoke since the day he died, everyone keeps saying how, you disagree with him. The next day you'll be laughing like nothing happened yesterday. And if you took that and put it into his political decisions, you see why people would be saying, huyu baba, kwani huyu baba na aibu. How can he even do this? Now you understand that he was not making those decisions with political sentiments, but his person allowed him, his personal characteristics and traits as a forgiving person was what made him make those types of decisions. And now I understand that very well, which it gives me a very different angle of him than what I used to do before. But like I said earlier, we are in for some very exciting challenging, and maybe even shocking times ahead. And I just hope that we will be able to come out the other side the better as a country if we continue to follow the footsteps of Baba even in his absence. I think that he has inspired very many people across the country. You get our area from Northeastern, they tell the story how Raila made them who they are. You get Kikuyu from Muranga, from Nyeri, from where they tell you how Raila made them who they are. You get Amuluya, the same story. You get somebody from the coast, the same story. You get somebody from Luonyanza, the same story. So that tells you that his influence and his leadership was national. He is not somebody who just focused on uplifting a particular tribe or a particular region. He was a true nationalist. And it's coming out very evident now when people now like Mbadi, and you hear Joho where he started, you hear, the Kangata where they started, you hear Moses Kuria where they started, you hear this, Wajir governor history where it started, and you realize that this gentleman actually created a lot of the political class that we have in Kenya right now. They were his friends, or they were related in some way before these people became public figures, and he influenced those people being in the public space. And that's, to me, is true leadership. Something that I don't think a lot of people knew about Jacom before his demise. So we've lost an icon, we've lost a leader, we've lost somebody who should have probably been around for another 10 years to see, how our political maturity gets better with this new constitution. It's barely a decade old, but there is so much. And I know that he was going to start, the drive for us, because you remember when the constitution was being done, they said there are parts that needed to be fixed. And he had already started speaking to those parts of the constitution that needed to be fixed. And something was already telling even before his demise that we are going to look at our referendum somewhere in the next five years or so. Before Ruto left office, we are going to be facing a referendum to fix some of those things that were not done that were not well in the constitution. But now all that is in limbo. I don't know if there's anyone else capable of agitating for constitutional amendments as much as he did. So I think that is something he has left the country hanging. That is my opinion. I think that he has left us hanging in a way, but hopefully we will be better when it's all said and done.
All right. Boni, let me welcome this guy. I know you don't know him. His name is Alex. Alex has been in this struggle for the longest time, and we have been in very many debates with Alex, a very staunch supporter of Raila Odinga, and also a critic of Raila Odinga. Alex, long time. I've not seen you for a while. But before you come in, let me welcome you with a tribute.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Down the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town.
Alex, karibu.
Thank you, Mzalendo, my friend, and both a political foe and a political friend in equal measures,
Yeah.
but united in the struggle in the trenches, and also the historicity that we share, more especially from South Nyanza, soccer, politics, and a few friends in politics. But today here, I want to give my tribute first and my most to you, because I know, in as much as we disagreed with Baba in our last minute, the one thing we never disagreed is his measure as a man, his words as a warrior, and his energy in the political circle. That one, there's no way we can disagree.
Yeah.
Let me first say something that I never thought I would say. Two things. That would be my preamble. I never thought I would come to the point I would say, I think it is okay that Baba joined what I used to call the blood-based government. I think his death has humbled me to acknowledge that even when you're wrong, you ought to come out right and say, Pole. When a man of his stature is leaving a political limelight and knowing very well the scars that he faced, you don't just leave with what Mtai Nguni always says, the Samsonic theory, whereby you say, give me one more chance so that I can die with everybody. I think you have enough grace to leave the other people to leave so that they can look back and reflect and ask themselves, why was this decision made in pain? My question is, I beg to ask, had Raila died in the opposition, will we be talking here today as me and you are talking? I don't know. I think I'll be preempting something that obviously will be a discussion in the future. But I'm proud that he chose the hard path that made me and him decipher. But in the end, he got a befitting send-off. Why do I say so? In fact, of all the presidents, I think it is quite ironical that the person that buried Baba is the one we never thought would bury Baba, but has buried him with the authority of being an authoritarian by saying it is a state function, it is a 1921 gunshots, there is no question about it, and that is how it is going to be. Had Uhuru been a president, there would have been discussions, and obviously people like Kimemia will have said no. That's a fact. We cannot run away from that. In as much as we think that Uhuru was so close to him, there are things that Uhuru was tied to, in as much as he was very close to him. So sometimes it's good to look things from a different angle. Even a clock that doesn't work, twice a day it's right. So Baba dies with some benefits that the scars that he bore, for me, that was befitting. It does not matter who buried him. And I like the line that Mama Ida gave us, that to live as a political, wife of the most known individual, I had to have a mantra that I only dealt with the enemies and the friends and left him to deal with the enmity. Which meant, and I was asking my friend earlier today, do you understand the gravity of what Mama Ida says? Mama Ida was telling everybody that at any point that you met Raila, you became friends. And because you and him became friends, whether you parted politically like Martha Karua and Kalonzo at this particular time, what I was left with only that friendship. If you disagreed, I don't know about that. All of you are my friends. I think that is what she told us. So Baba leaves behind a legacy of peace and an embarrassment to the state and to historians. The other thing I wanted to say is Lynn Ngugi put a very good tribute to Baba, which was also befitting, and say, in the history of Kenya, if you look at Uhuru, Ruto, any personality that has ascended to the highest office, it is only Baba who never sued the media. And even anybody that abused him. When Uhuru became a president, Uhuru actually jailed my MCA for saying that tai yake na macho yake zinafanana. That's how petty other people are. And you have seen this over and over until Ruto is jailing a young boy who's bringing the Kasongo artifacts in TikTok. But Raila was the most abused politician. Muganga, Muchawi, ameua mtoto yake, amepeana damu. Even Moses Kuria went as a person that he paid school fees, predicted his death, said he will circumcise him, and even some say in 2 days you are going to have a. Imagine all these things. You cannot compound these things and put them together. How he was hated in equal measure. There is a clip surfacing and saying, "Huyu mzee nitammaliza na nitampeleka Bondo." You have seen it. But in all that, the family is so gracious to allow this person to proceed. And why do I say so? Down here, south, in the Sadak, a question like that happened about 6 months ago. Until today has not been buried. For your record, not been buried until today. Edgar Lungu was defeated in an election by H.H. Hachilema. In that defeat, Edgar Lungu bore so much pain that he refused any state help. And fortunately, he died in South Africa. And when he died in South Africa, and the country of Zambia was supposed to give him a state burial, they are still in court, for your record, to fight for the body. Because the South African government has said Edgar Lungu cannot be buried in South Africa. He needs to go back. But now the Edgar Lungu family is waiting for HH to finish his 10-year term so that after 10 years they can bury a dead body. But it's not so in Kenya. So I can almost tell you that I think in a more prophetic way, I want to apologize to Raila in his death. I never thought that was the way he needed to go. And I'm proud of the 19th of October, which actually precedes the Mashujaa Day, that he was true Shujaa, that he brought peace at a time. And remember, is in between Kenyatta Day and Moi Day. So I don't know which we will choose, is 10th or the 20th. But in any case, the 19th or the 15th of October supersedes both of these two. And I'm glad finally these two holidays that were inconsequential and unnecessary in our nation have now found the right person to occupy it. Take it to the record. Now, there were many things to note about what has happened in the last about 72 hours. But most notably is the fear of the state. And but how what we call in sociology manufacturing consent of how the media acted to, what was the right word to say, to allow Kenyans to mourn their president in the most befitting way. You know, if you look at everybody, including Gachagua, you know, people fail to understand one of the eulogies that Gachagua wrote. You know, in as much as you may hate an individual, politics is like soccer, my friend. Whether you like Arsenal or Manchester, I'm not going to hate you because Arsenal won. At the end of the day, we have to understand, in any competition, one must lose, one must. But Gachagua, with all his weaknesses or strength, I think in terms of writing down, wrote one of the most compelling eulogy about the man he attacked day and night. And everything he wrote was not psychophancy. He wrote the truth that this man had infungible and tireless passion for this country. So I think the death of Raila has united us more than it divided us. And I'm glad in the end, I think now the indoctrination that constantly was done in the mountain, that in order for you to win, you need to purple, you need to beat, you need to criticize, you need to lie about the man Raila Odinga. And one of the lies that has been perpetuated in the mountain, that he was cast by his father. I hope history is going to be a little bit fair for a man who was the most insulted by the mountain. I saw a lot of mountaineers give a befitting send-off. That was the best thing that happened. You know, in the state function, there are many things that will happen, and that is the saddest part. And Malema said this when Winnie Mandela died, and that was the hardest thing for me. When Winnie Mandela died, during his funeral, that famous speech, he said, "Mama, those who hated you most are the ones that are crying most, and they are the ones who have been given the podium to talk." It was sad to see a man like Kalonzo, who had emphatically given his heart to Raila, be given only 3 minutes. It was so sad to me. It was the height of hypocrisy. But the fact that it was a state function, we had to suck it and get used to it. So there are many heights and many troughs, but in the end, that flag in his coffin being unwrapped and given to Mama Ida, you know, is the highest accolades. And in success, there's something called the zenith. It's not even the pinnacles. A zenith of success is higher than the pinnacles. I think for me, Baba reached his zenith of pinnacles in his send-off. And whether I hate Ruto or not, I think I still want to thank him as the President of the Republic of Kenya and the person who holds the sword, that on this, he got 100%. We will continue to have the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, for that wonderful tribute. I also want to welcome Rico from South Africa. Eric, please welcome to Africa 24. And today we are giving a tribute to one Raila Odinga. And I know you are very, very political and regular contributor here on Africa. Maybe this is your chance to uh, give a tribute to Raila Odinga. Since we couldn't make it to the funeral, it was for the chosen few. And you've heard Alex there saying the way it was saddening for him to see Kalonzo being given only 3 minutes to give tribute. But what I like about Kalonzo, what he did, and I think that was a very spectacular move, he recognized Martha Karua, who was Raila Odinga's running mate. You can imagine that even Martha Karua was not given an opportunity to say something. To say something. And he also recognized so many other people who are in the struggle who could not be given an opportunity to speak. I think that was wonderful. Although given 3 minutes, he utilized those minutes properly. Karibu sana Eric, say something.
Asante sana for hii pole. I joined a bit late. I was busy with something else. I echo the speaker that just left before, and
Alex.
Bona Alex. In fact, he just took words straight right of my mouth, mentioning Malema. I was there. Right now, I'm down here in Virginia, but I was there when Mama Winnie's funeral. Though I was not like present in the stadium, but we were following it on television when he was talking about Mama, give us a signal, because the people that are crying the most here are the ones that were insulting you. We loved you, Mama, when it was unfashionable to love you. You know, when everyone else turned their back against Winnie, people like Malema were still there because they understood the role that woman played, you know, in liberating the country. When Mandela was in jail, she carried the torch burning, you know, for the liberation of the country, and she had to be taken. You know, she was exiled, though she was being harassed. You know, I don't know if any of you have watched that movie Winnie. You'll see what that woman went through. So, and then when you know, come 1990, and then Mandela got released, and so all these other ANC people tried to know to minimize her role in the struggle, and they kind of like pushed her aside. And when the time came that she passed on, all of them were, you know, elbowing for position to giving praises about how Winnie was the mama of the country and all that. But when she was alive, you know, she was being given all manner of names, and, you know, so coming back to Raila, it's the same thing. People that stood with Raila the most, Kalonzo. I remember him when he was, when I think during he was not allowed to speak when they were at Nyayo Stadium. Then he was being interviewed by one of these reporters. I think it was Citizen TV, and he mentioned that it's sad that they were not recognized. Him, Martha Karua, people that have stood with Raila, you know, people that fought and, you know, cried with Raila when the elections were stolen. You know, they were not given up the opportunity to say something. And he mentioned, and he said he's just glad that this time around he did not hear words like Muganga, Chawi, you know, things that the people that were busy there conducting the services and giving all these glorifying names about Raila were the ones that were calling him Gangam and Chawi and all that. So for me, I feel that his role in you know, bringing Kenya to where it is right now has not been fully appreciated. You know, we and the thing with Raila, and sometimes even me as supporter of Raila, supported Raila from I think 1992. There's times that we differed with what he did, the moves that he made, but that does not take away what the man has done for the country, and what we've seen with him is actually someone that, if you look at the history of the man, what he has gone through, and you can say that he's a man that does not hold any grudges. Imagine Moi threw him in jail, in detention for 9 years, solitary confinement. He comes out, he still goes and forms a coalition with Moi. People like Kibaki stole his election. Still, he went and formed, and the Nusumkate government. Same thing with Uhuru, So he's a man that is very forgiving, and to a point where some supporters like us actually got irritated as to why he's being so accommodating of these people that have stolen his election. So I think for me that is that is what I want Raila to be remembered for. Him being, magnanimous in defeat, and someone that always thinks of the country above himself. In short, that's my take in all of this.
All right. Thank you, Erico, for your tribute. I can see Giovanni has also joined us. Giovanni, we are giving tribute to the enigma, somebody who affected our lives in a way or the other. But before I come to you, let me give a chance for Bonnie. Bonnie, you've heard what everybody has said about Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga was detained for nearly a decade. Yet he came out smiling and forgiving. Do you think Kenya will ever truly appreciate the price that he paid for democracy in our country, Kenya? Bonnie.
Well, I've listened to Rico, Alex, and what Jeremiah said. And from what I was not there during that time, but there is history whereby you go through what happened. And I remember that time I was reading a book somewhere, and it detailed to what Raila did. He was jailed for 9 years, and then at the end of the day, he just came out and formed a coalition. So it shows, and also Erico said, it shows that this is someone who had a lot of interest and ambitions for the growth and change of this country. So everything that can be done, and I think someone said, I think he said, we can only appreciate Raila Odinga if we give something that will always be remembered, like the famous Taranda Ella Stadium, the 60-park stadium that is being built along Jamhuri. If we change its name to Raila Amolo Odinga Stadium, then I feel we will do some to always appreciate what Raila Amolo Odinga has done to this country. Because personally, I believe he was a patriot and a champion of change in this country. So he deserves to be recognized. And of course, the president did that from the support since Raila died. And we also need to get that recognition. But from my point of view, I think we can give that Talanta Raila Stadium, Raila Amolo Odinga Stadium, so that we can always remember that this is Raila Amolo Odinga Stadium. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bonnie. I hope that Wanga's request will be handled by that team that is going to be constituted to give Raila Amolo Odinga the tribute, or something that people will remember him for forever. Maybe a monument in the middle of the city center, like Dedan Kimathi, something like that, or maybe an institution being named after him. Atalanta Stadium would be something very nice because Raila loved football. And I think Wanga went on to say that the president can even invite Arsenal to play a friendly match with the Harambee Stars when they are opening that stadium, Talanta. That would be a very, very good gesture. And Raila will live in our hearts forever. Now, let me welcome Giovanni. Giovanni, I don't want to ask you a question. I really want you to pour your heart and tribute to this one man, Raila Odinga, in your own words. Karibu sana.
Hi, it's been long hatujaonana na kuanga kwa show na wewe uko kwa show.
Ana hii nchi ni nchi ingine, so usijali.
I know. What I can say, hi everyone. Hi Jeremiah, hi Bonnie, hi Erico. And we have
Alex.
So what I can say personally, for me personally, it's a big loss. I've been a supporter of Raila Odinga, and you know that much, Nick. Since 2013, we were in a movement called Mwanzo Mpya na Raila. Our patron was the late Fidel his son. And I remember at that time we were privileged to meet the Prime at his Ajip house, and it was a great honor because I remember the first thing that we did when we entered. What he did first when we entered, he started narrating our history, where we are coming from. He told us about the struggle for independence, how even the Luos, even as much as they were a bit far from the main struggle around the highlands, but they were so much also going around along, I think, Rusinga Highland. He was telling us all those stories. He went deep for almost like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour. And then he kept crying. So our secretary thought that Raila was crying. So she had those, women always carry napkins. She had napkins back then, and she kept giving Raila. So I think back then is when the problem of his eyes started becoming a problem. Because if you recall, there was no, he didn't have that kind of a problem before then. But as he got older, the problem escalated. So for us, we thought he was crying because of the situation was kind of emotional. And did we later came to realize that the problem basically was even more physical than it was emotional. However, that did not deter the man from embracing us. We were Kikuyu professionals who had come together and decided to support Raila against the tide. If you remember, there was a huge tide against anything that is Odingaism within the central region. So that was my first interaction, and I think the only interaction I've ever had with the man. But I've been an ardent follower, and I have always voted for the man. The last even I think I voted in 2022. I did vote for him. So in 2022, I was against the tide, which was pro Ruto. I used to go against my kinspeople, my kinsmen, and my kinswomen, because all of them they always believed that the only person who can be able to bring proper rejuvenation, proper realignment, proper growth within our country is Ruto. He is a nobody, and these people, the rest of the, in particular, Raila, and the man who was pushing for his candidacy, and that was Uhuru Kenyatta. Those were dynasties, so they wanted something that was for the common man. They believed that through Ruto they can be able to have a restitution within and a reparation within our community. What people didn't understand, why the Kikuyu were voting for Ruto, they weren't basically voting for Ruto as per se. They were voting against the dynasty. That dynasty tag for them was speaking a lot of sense to many within our region. So what I can say about the enigma, I don't know how Raila could have turned out if he was born from a common mwananchi, not from a royalty, the Odinga family. I don't think that could have changed the man. He wasn't given any special privileges by his father. There was no time that we can see that he was given a party and to be the leader. Like now, the way the brother has been given ODM. The man fought for his own identity. If I do recall, basically back then, the man basically didn't have a proper, I want to say a proper, didn't have that close relationship in terms of leadership with his father. I think their relationship was always problematic, because even if you could find verbatins from the conversation that they had with their father, like the day that the father had, I think it was an AGM, and when he entered and he called him Amolo, you are so always inclined to bring me down. Yeah, before you started before you were even born, I was in this politics of ABCD. So you could see that the father didn't give him any privilege. No or none privilege was according to the man. He wasn't even the heir apparent. Because if you can see, you could relate back then. You could see that Jaramogi favored Orengo more than he favored his own son. But the man shook the entire let's say first the Nyanza region. By the virtue of how he walked through his political path, you could see that this was a man who was determined, he was visionary, he had a purpose, he had direction, he knew what he wanted, how he wanted it, when he wanted it. And you could see Kibaki, the reason why these two leaders were able to agree, and if peradventure Kibaki could not have been sick, and he was in control of many other things, I believe that we could have even seen great growth within that time between the two leaders, because you could see when Raila went to Kibaki and told him about doing the bypasses, Kibaki supported the man to the hilt. Now, if I remember, most people don't recall, but by 202, before 202, the Mlolongo spans of road was very chaotic. I remember it was almost like a rough road. Why I do recall back then is because I've been in textile industry, so we used to go to the EPZ very frequently at the river at Kitengela. But when Tinga came, the first task that he had to do was, people don't know why Mlolongo was called Mlolongo. Mlolongo was basically called Mlolongo because lorries could basically create a lot of jam within that space. the lorries could the chaos could go from kilometers and kilometers from Lolongo almost towards Machakos Junction. But when Raila came into power, when Kibaki came into power, and Raila was the head of roads and housing, I remember back then, the first task that Raila did, because I remember very correctly, was that spans the space of road. And he made sure that the problem that had always been a perennial problem within the traffic element of Nairobi was done and dusted. So what I can say is that the man was visionary. He had a purpose. He had a reason. He knew what he wanted. He was angry that we are always going to politics about very minute and small problems. He was not as so adamant like how people kind of portrayed the man. And for us as Kikuyus, we used to admire and we used to feel selfish and jealous that the Luos had that kind of a leader. And I remember when he was close to Kibaki, we particularly, we called him Jamba. Jamba in Kikuyu means hero, you know, like a mobilizer and a leader, not just a hero, but a brave warrior. So you come and make sense? Yes, we admired Raila, and for Kikuyus, the problem was not Raila. It has never been Raila. The problem was how the community, the community and our community, where our origins, where we crossed path in terms of our politics, our hate kind of politics. If you remember, it can go back to the 70s when I don't know when that was, when the Russia hospital was being opened. Hiyo shida ilitokelezea hivyo, and back then the hatred, the Kikuyu taking Muma, the Luos also being told that you can never trust a Kikuyu. So those kind of politics, and that's why I supported Baba in 2022 in particular, far most beyond the norm, because back in 2013, you supported the man, but you are not very vocal because you could be lynched at any time. But in 2022, why most of us Kikuyus decided that we are going to vote for Baba, and I can tell you, Baba was, even if you go to Kikuyu region right now, within the 10 people that you'll meet, you'll find almost 5 or 6 or around 4 to 6 people actually voted for Baba. The problem was the problem of that election, the last election, was not stolen by the vote. It was stolen by the lack of administration. Baba lacked the agents on the ground. So it was easy when they were being counted to be miscounted or being declared like rejected votes. And it could have been very easy when it is coming from the places that where there were no agents. And this guy, the one you are seeing that he is a very good guy, he basically bought most of the agents of Baba. And because Baba believed that if you're going to support him, it had to come from basically being a calling. But what he forgot is that Kenyans, you really find people who are honorable. You really find people who are straight. And Kasongo knew that, and he knew that most of those agents were being paid maybe 2,000, and he came with a plan to make sure that he is going to steal and to through them and buy them at 20,000, 50,000. So that's how Baba lost the election. Now, coming back,
Giovanni, I don't want to go into the nitty-gritties of how those elections were stolen because we don't have the facts that Baba lost.
I'm telling you, Nick, because that is where we come from. And
Yes.
that's the story that is on the ground, in
Mm-hmm.
particular, because I can tell you from the depth of my heart that there are so many people who voted for Baba back then. Now, to come to what we could do for Baba, I
Mm-hmm.
don't think that naming a stadium, I'll go, I won't support Wanga and Boni on this. I don't think naming a stadium will basically how will I put it? Give credence to the stature of the man. Because the truth of the matter is we should find for something that is lasting. A football match, a football, some things come and go. There are so many things which are called after Moi. We don't remember Moi because of that, but we can define what we want to remember Baba with. Maybe even starting a full university and people being taught accordingly to the values and the and the beliefs that the man had. You know, maybe it should be it should be a university that majorly majors in history, ethics, in line with what the man stood for. I'm just saying,
All
and
right,
this is my
Giovanni,
opinion.
Giovanni, I want you to land so that we can give somebody else a chance to say something. You'll get your turn. I know
Okay,
you.
okay.
I know you have got all this tribute that you want to give Baba, but I know you have got a lot. We'll give you a chance to continue from there. I can see
Thank you.
Jeremy. Jeremy, you have seen what has transpired during the burial of Raila Odinga. Every speaker was talking there. Give mixed signals. Somebody said that they will look at the issue of ODM after everything settles down and see the way forward. Joe said that they are in the broad-based government to stay. Wanga, the same. But Sifuna said that in 2027, ODM will have a presidential candidate. So these people are not talking in the same language. They already, we can see a lot of rift even before the dust settles. What do we make of this? What will happen? And then I heard the president's statement very, very clearly that for those who don't agree with Baba's principles, they will kick them out of ODM. I don't know whether you guys heard that or I'm reading too much. Yeah, Jeremy.
Thanks, Mzalendo. And Giovanni, good to see you. Umesalimia
Thank
watu when I was on mute doing something else. And
thank you, brother.
first, I'll try and say something like a rejoinder on what you've said, Giovanni. I think you are being economical with the truth in a way. In 2022, the Central Kenya did not vote against the dynasty. They voted against Raila. Yeah, they know about the dynasty. They've known about dynasty forever. Your statement was correct, but just up to the point where instead of saying Raila, you substituted Raila with dynasty. I just wanted to make that that sort of assertion. But at the same time, I agree with you totally, and I had put that you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to correct Boni on that. That we have to think outside the box as a community. We can't be that if we want to remember someone, we name a road after them. If we want to remember someone, we name a stadium after them. Do you know in Luo Nyanza now, all these counties are building new stadia. Guess what the names of those stadiums are? Homa Bay has Raila Odinga Stadium, Migori is building one, Siaya is building one, Kisumu has one. We are just going to have white elephants to remember these people. When I say we need to think outside the box, is exactly what you said, Giovanni. And that's what I was going to say. We need to figure out how do we create an institution of learning that can teach our future generations what Raila stood for. It could be Raila School of, ethics, or Raila School of, politics or government, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't necessarily have to be a big institution, but it can be an institution that specifically targets, a niche, type of characteristics or behaviors or skill sets or whatever it is you want. So you could call it Raila School of, political science or something like that. And it's just full of teachings about how Raila lived his political life, how he made his decisions, and then we just put a lot of research into it and have very, very good facts on why he did what he did and what was the outcome. Then we teach those to our people. For me, that is more long lasting and more impactful than a stadia, right? So we need to, I agree with you on that, Giovanni, totally. And on to what you said, Zalenda, I think that before Raila's demise, there was a split, and I think that we've had the discussion on this platform before. The split was by design, okay? So that some parts of the ODM brigade comes out very strongly pro Ruto, and another section of the brigade comes very strongly against the affiliation or the cooperation. Why? That was a tactic to keep Ruto on toes, to have him not sit pretty, knowing that he has ODM and now all is good. They had to let him feel like, if you play around, we can go out and do something else with someone else. You are not the beginning, you are not the end. And that was, I think, the strategy all the way to the end. Now, how that is going to play out now that Baba is not there is something that we will live to see. But some segments of the brigade today came out. Some of them were saying they're in the broad-based government, for the long haul, just because they want to survive this political season. Okay, some of them came out and are disagreeing with the position with facts, especially Sifuna. Sifuna said what Baba said in Homa Bay, that who told them that ODM is in government? ODM has just lent its experts to the government. It does not mean that ODM is in government. President today said that if anyone plays around and tries to bring ODM down, he will make sure that that person doesn't succeed, right? And he will make sure that ODM thrives. What does that tell you? What is his position? So we have politicians playing their political games very openly in front of us. The advantage they have is that the population, mimi na wewe, who feed on news from what we see on media and what we see in what we see on social media and mainstream media, we are not privy to what they are planning and what they are doing in the background. So they will succeed in whatever it is they want to do when it's all said and done. But I can tell you that I don't think anyone at this moment can say what will happen. And Mbadi said we give them 30 days and they'll give direction of where they will go. Let's wait and see. That in itself actually tells you that they are not sure where this thing is going to go. People can predict, people can suppose that this is the way this thing will happen, but I don't think anyone at this moment, even the president himself or even the leadership of the ODM party, even the interim party leader Oburu Odinga himself, knows what's going to happen after all the dust settles. So we will wait and see how things happen. But one thing I know, knowing Ruto's master stroke in politics, he's going to find a way to swallow ODM. All right. If it means that he gets in and swallows ODM from the inside, he will. I have some serious information that I got, yesterday, and it came out that that's actually going to happen. It's going to be true. Somebody was telling me yesterday that what's going to happen is that in the next coming weeks, Oburu Odinga is going to be appointed same level as Mudavadi. Then he's going to be given the section of the experts. Is going to be responsible for the economy generally. So you'll have Joho, Oparanya, what's his name, Badi, and those departments and Wandai under his watch. So he'll manage that part, that half of the cabinet, right? Then Winnie is going to leave Yala, and she's going to come in and go for Siaya Senate. Yeah, you get. I had that information yesterday. Then guess what Winnie said today in her statement? What did she tell the president? That I'm ready to come back home. She said that she's ready to come back home and play whatever role she can play to develop the country. And one thing I appreciated is that Winnie has learned how to play this game and don't take her statements very lightly. That's one thing I've come to learn since the father died. She speaks, but she's learned the art of hinting at what's coming before it happens to test the waters. And I think that's a very good political tactic that she's learned very fast. To summarize, I think that right now, anyone who tells you this is what's going to happen is speculating, including what I've just said. I think that we are in for a very serious retooling and realignment of our political landscape. Whichever way it goes, I don't think any one of us knows yet. We will probably start seeing things clearing probably 3 months from now. That is somewhere around January, February 2026. Then we'll start seeing, okay, this is the way things are going to work.
Eric, now thank you very much for that. Now let me go to Eric very fast. Eric, let's just be honest. Raila's death is exposing ODM's lack of a clear succession plan. Why do you think Raila never prepared anybody to take over from him?
Yeah, I think that's a question that has been asked even before. That why is Zay not grooming a successor? And there've been a lot of names that have been, played around with as a potential successor to Baba. I think he was just too big of a figure to have someone to fill in those shoes, and yeah, it was. I think to a fault of him, he did not do that, and I think that was a mistake. He should have at this at this juncture, at this age, he was obviously heading towards exiting the political scene at some stage, and he needed someone to to anoint someone that is going to be taking over from him. And that's why people say that they were saying that should have happened. He should have anointed someone to take over. Coming back to the point earlier about what what we can do to remember this great man. I think for me, we should look at what did Baba actually fight for. things that were passionate to him, devolution, fidelity to the constitution. So I think that for me, the best way to remember this great man is to ensure that we have a country that Baba was fighting for all these years, to make sure that that devolution works the way it was meant to work. The funds are devolved. Things like CDF are done away with. Things that he was fighting for in the new constitution. I think that's the best way to honor this great man, by making sure that what he fought for is actually implemented. Buildings and roads, and I think they're just material things. But in essence, if you want to remember the man, implement what the man was fighting for, so that we can say this is the father of devolution, Raila, and all he was fighting for in the 2010 constitution is what we're enjoying currently. But that's not currently what is happening at the moment. So if you want to make sure that we remember this great man, I think we need to make sure that all that he was fighting for, fidelity to the constitution, making sure that the devolution works. I think that's the best way to honor this great man that has passed. Buildings, not really. Stadiums, yes, you can do that, but the best way to honor the man is to ensure that what he was fighting for all these years, because Baba was talking about going to Canaan, going to the mountain, but not being able to get to the other side, like what Martin Luther King said. I went to the mountain and I saw the other side, where the Baba was talking about we are going to Canaan, but there's some crocodiles in the river. So to honor the man, I think the best way is to make sure that all what he was fighting for all these years get implemented. And when it comes to the matter of ODM, I think there is a rift. There is forces whereby they don't want to be fully associated with the broad-based government, and there's ones that I can say some of them is political survival, because kuna watu wengi sana. There's Fred Gumo said one thing, that if you see there's some people that are crying, they're actually crying because their political life has ended with Baba. There's a lot of people that were hanging on his coattails. So there are people that because Baba is off the scene, their political life might even end. That's why they were crying the most. So that's why some are like, okay, if we stick with this broad-based government, we still have a job, we still have a political career, through Ruto. But kuna wale wanasema,
I agree with you, but I want to take you back to something that you can tell us, because you've lived in South Africa for a very long time. How after the death of Mandela, did they have a question of how they are going to remember Mandela? And if they had, how did they make sure that they remembered Nelson Mandela?
In South Africa, what happened is that on the day that he passed on, it was made like some sort of not really a holiday, because Mandela himself, even when he was alive, he did not want holidays and named after him. Mm-hmm. But I think it's August 18th or something. It's Mandela Day in South Africa. And that day is a day where people are supposed to go and give to charity, do charitable work or something like that. So that is the way that they honor the old man after his passing.
Okay, and, okay. Alex, mm-hmm. I can see you want to drop and you want to say something very fast. Sorry for that, Eric. Alex, can you say something before you drop?
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think it's only when I'm listening YouTube, I'm okay. But when I'm coming here in StreamYard, I'm
having an issue. I don't know. It keeps on dropping me.
Yeah,
But you're dealing with two cardinal issues that, if intertwined, we are not exhaustive enough, and we may come to what psychologists call compounded delusion because of the emotion at the moment. Now, there are two issues here: ODM survival and the future of Odingaism as a movement or as an idea. And these are two paradigm shifts. Now, let me start with the issue of Odinga, how he should be remembered. I think since Baba passed on, I think because I was so affected, and you know, Mr. Zalendo, my mantra in any debate or listening to any conversation is there is value in listening, there is civilization in listening. So I had to listen from all aspects to gather, you know, what are people talking about. Two people caught me by the surprise, the catchphrase or the cliches they used. One was Dennis Onsarigo. Dennis Onsarigo said Baba was a gentle godfather. And I kind of agreed with him. But I agreed with Mutahi Ngunyi most that this was a man beyond titles. Okay? I agreed with him that when it comes to Kenya, this was a man beyond titles. Now, let me borrow that to how Baba should be remembered. Baba is beyond stadiums. Baba is beyond buildings. And whatever Gladys Wanga was trying to do is because she realized through her PA at the moment on how she handled the whole issue. Because, you know, look at what Gladys Wanga, the mistake she made. Gladys Wanga was given as the chair of ODM. And the first thing she did was to call the care, you know, who actually was not even there, if you remember that. So the embarrassment that followed was she became irrelevant to the core, that even what followed is not what she really planned to say. So let's not discuss the aftermath of an embarrassment. Okay? It will be unfair because we are cogent human beings who perceive politics the way we see it. In that stage, if you saw it, there was competition, as you have said, to retain and to suppress. Okay? And the politics of Gladys Wanga was to suppress Edwin Sifuna, suppress Babu Wino. And you saw this throughout. Okay? So when we come now to the ODM succession, and I want you to be honest, you know, this is where we are walking on eggshells. We want to wallow on the mud and we don't want to be honest. It is a foregone conclusion that somehow there is a sizable amount of people, but the heart hasn't fully come in a veneer whereby they will be outright and say, we were waiting for this veil to get finished, because at no point did we want Babu Owino to do what? To be accused, because those things had already started. Okay? So I want you to agree with me first and foremost that Babu Owino is a threat, unfortunately. Okay? As we talk about Baba posterity in terms of idealism, there are two enemies here. It is Sifuna and Babu. Unfortunately, if you saw that throughout the funeral since Wednesday, okay? And they've tried everything to suppress this. Now, the first mistake that ODM did was to rush, and I think it will have waited. There was no need to rush to get an interim party leader because the structure was already there and the vacuum did not warrant anything that significant that we needed to fill before, because it's not a requirement constitutionally that something has to be filled before. But they rushed and appointed Oburu Odinga, who basically was so excited on the day of the viewing in Nairobi. And instead of bringing the party together, he brought his two wives together and masqueraded. And actually, that thing really affected him, if you don't know. In the circles and the corridors of politics, it had a ripple effect. And I even knew, Mzalendo, if you are honest enough, that really shocked you. That, is this how you take the mantle? Okay? From here going forth. Okay? So let's be honest. Whatever they did of spin doctoring and damage control has not done much. If you saw when the name of Babu Wino was evoked, in a very superficial way, you saw it. It was like a pressure cooker taking out a little bit of pressure, like you understand when it has taken the heat. And you saw that. You saw that. And when you saw Edwin Sifuna, you saw that. So let's not pretend, because we want to be nice talkers here, that as if we don't know where it is headed to. You saw in Kisumu. We have seen this. You have seen people paying my friend Gausho to say things that do not make sense, which actually nobody took seriously. Gaucho coming out that ningekuwa na sijui nini. You saw all those things. So
Well,
let's be honest. The house is fighting. And it's fighting with boys who basically, if Mbadi and the group like Undani had honestly the base of the people, they will not be worried by two young boys who in 10 years they were nothing. Okay? The fact that it is hot inside, it tells you that the intra and intergenerational change has come, whether they like it or not. With the going of Raila, many will go. And let me name them one by one. Baraza is gone. John Sakaja is gone. Gladys Wanga is gone. The governor from Mombasa is gone. Simbarati, I take you to the bank. We will come here 2027. Kibagendi, if he puts his efforts well, with his proximity to William Samoei Ruto, and having worked with him for 5 good years, I will take you to the bank. That's the next governor for Kisii. So whatever you saw, that was podium pathos. Okay? It was marinating a meat that you have roasted but is rotten. In any way, it looks good, but it's not edible. Okay? So the ODM that you see, this group of broad-based, nobody was clapping that we will remain. Baba left us in the government. Nobody was electric about it. You saw it. And that is that pin drop silence whenever that was invoked. But when Sifuna said, Baba alituambia mwelekeo, hii tarehe, hii siku, na akatuambia 2027, we are going, you saw what the people did. So why are you afraid, as if you are part and parcel of the blood-based that has remained? When Raila was alive, it was broad-based. Now let's talk as if we want posterity and progression for this country. Those people belong to the nearest political dustbin, because the new crop that is coming up has taken over to the ideology of Babu. And pre that, you saw Babu having, I don't know if these people understood what was coming or God was preparing them. One of the best, and God forbid that I know Luo very well, sometimes more than you, Mzalendo. One of the best interviews that Babu Wina has ever had, speaking to his own people, pre Baba's death, he convinced the whole Luo nation. It was a prime time. Everybody, the ratings for that was like it was Baba talking. Do you remember that? So let us be honest. There is fear within, and that is why there will be a speed of velocity so that things will move in a way. But the base for the politics of has come back to Kisumu in the rightful place. Raila played his politics every time in the end of rallies in Kisumu, but now there is a son of Kisumu who does not need to struggle with that, unfortunately, and who is also a darling, unfortunately. I will not say fortunately, because the others are going to fight. Junet was the most irrelevant. You saw that. Ochila Ayako said nothing. Let's go back to the speeches and help me decipher this. So, if we were to go back to the speeches and be surgical and lethal today, I think you will understand that today was the only good day that they ever had in front of the people, courtesy of the body of Baba being there. Let them try that nonsense tomorrow somewhere else. I say Baba alituacha in broad-based government. You will see the wrath of the people. There is no ODM.
Alex.
Okay, let me finish with this. Then maybe if I drop, I'll be listening from now. When I said Baba is beyond titles, and I was telling a good friend of mine who is here today, she is here today, and we were discussing post-Baba. And this is a concept I learned when I was in college, young years, and for some reason I have photographic memory that comes at things that sometimes I don't even understand. There is this thing by Max Weber, talked about charisma routinization. Charisma routinization in social science is when you create institutions that are not within the government, that the structures that you cannot understand, an idea that is deeply rooted, for instance, Nyerere and Ujamaa, whether he is alive or not, the Tanzanians will ever be united. It's not in the constitution, and you will understand how they do their politics. For instance, like mtu mmoja anatoka bara, mwingine anatoka wapi? Mmoja ni Muislamu, mwingine. You understood how they've done it. That is called a charisma routilization. That is how they've decided their politics is going to be. The Sankara spirit, okay? You understand how it evokes. And the people of Ivory Coast went to elections, and because of Baba's death, we didn't understand what was going there. But I think 2 to 3 days from now, you're going to see what's happening there. So Baba spirit, it will be embodied. It will not be. We are not going to sit in boardrooms to come up in a way that we will be remembering him. This catchphrase only higher might become something bigger than you may even understand. This song that he sang for us for years that did not make any sense has become a sensation. And to me, every time I listen to it, tears are coming out. So we don't need institutions. We don't need buildings. We don't need to evoke a public holiday. Nonsense. Ruto, go with yours. That we are not going to beg so that we think we are buying Raila, so that these things, because this is how Moi did it, so that we may think that we are buying our loyalty. No, whether they like it or not, take it to the bank. The man is beyond titles. The man is beyond naming buildings. His ideals, including people lately who we criticized Raila. And on equal measure, we say reaction and action are opposite and equal. I loved the man so much, but I also surgically criticized the guy to the equal when he joined this. So my take is this. Let us not preempt that this university, what is Oginga Odinga University after all? It is nothing. It is nothing to us. It benefits Aluo nothing. What is that structure that Gladys Wanga has lied to us that is called Raila Odinga, where even people cannot even, it's only to sleep at night to wait for Ruto to come in the morning, and after that they kill our son. Well, what is that? Is it a sacrificial altar for our children to be killed? Let us not accept bribes in the name of, okay, this is how we are going to remember. We are not going to allow politicians to trade. Okay? Raila is a movement. Raila is an idea who, like Kalonzo said, can only materialize when we see a reformist take that office that is capable to bring this country. As the pastor or whoever who preached in Nairobi. I like the phrase, but whoever, and we know who that whoever is. Okay, you remember what he said? Whoever. That's our target. Until whoever is out of that office, and we put reformist. That is the only way we can honor that man. Or chana these buildings. Let's not even be part and parcel of our talk. Trust me, we are being sold alive. Wachana manene ya Gladys Wanga. She's gone, she's done, she's dustbin.
Oh my God, that's brutal. I think that is a brutal attack. And Gypsy Corner, thank you for joining Africa 24. We are having a discussion about the future of ODM and Kenyan politics. And with me is a great panelist. We have Alex, who doesn't mince his word, Enrico, Giovanni, and Bonnie. I mean, if you're watching for Mom, I can see more than 100 people watching on the X platform. Please make a point of subscribing on our Freak YouTube channel so that you can be part of this wonderful discussion. Now, let me go back. The same question. This is the question that I know people have got very, very different angles. And Giovanni, I think you might have a different approach. But let me start with a man of a few words. Bonnie, who do you think is the heir apparent of the party ODM? Is it Babu Owino? Is it Gladys Wanga? Is it Ali Hassan Joho? Who do you think can take the mantle from Raila Odinga, from your own perspective?
Mzalendo, this is one of the hardest questions that I never believed. This is one of the hardest question that I never believed I will answer. But at the moment, from what I heard today during the speeches that were given by those ODM, I don't think I will disagree with what Alex said. But for now, I don't see anyone who can fit into the shoes that Raila Odinga used to wear. That is in terms of on a party and also being the leader of the ODM to an extent that trust with him or her. So it will take a time when, as Jeremiah said, maybe in the period of 3 months, we'll see the series of events that are taking place. But at the moment, no one. Maybe from what President said indirectly that he will be the leader of ODM. So maybe the president will talk over the ODM. But at the moment, I don't see whether there is anyone who can be the leader of ODM party. Someone who can be influential. Someone who can be listened by the entire country, like the way Raila Odinga used to be heard by Kenyans. So it's hard. It's a tough question, but let's give it a period of 3 months or 4 months.
All right. I think the signs are out there, as Alex had told you, that they see somebody called Babu Owino is really coming out very, very strong. And the interviews, if you go back now, is when you realize that this young man indeed had a premonition that is going to be the next leader. People are going to talk about it. Babu, in one of the interviews, he said that, I think he was being interviewed by Alex Makidao, and he said that kwa sasa tuko na kiongozi na ni baba, lakini baba akisema anatoka ama atuache, mimi nachukua hiyo chama, na watu wakinipinga nitakanyagana nao na nitachukua hiyo chama kabisa. That's what Babu said. And I was like, looking at
Actually, this is what he said, and it was a very good catchphrase. This is what he said, and I don't know how it really got many. He said, kwa sasa ni baba, but after baba ni babu.
exactly.
Kwa sababu
That is exactly what he said. After baba ni babu, na anybody ule atakuja kwa njia yake watakanyagana nao. And I liked Babu from then. Sasa I think most likely we'll see Babu and people like Sifuna joining hands. But Ruto is a good schemer. He must catch one of them. One of them must be absorbed in government so that they can neutralize the other person. Giovanni, what is your take on this particular? I want to get to your perspective on the next heir apparent ODM.
First before I get to answer your question, because you cannot answer that question in one facet. I'll say first and foremost is, let me go back to what Jeremiah said, that we Kikuyus were voting against Raila. On the contrary, I want to reiterate once more that in particular, there has always remained an emotive issue about our identity as a community. And in more so when it comes to who we are, where we are coming from, and where we are. And our politics, our community basically has always evolved around the Kenyatas, the Koinanges, the likes of Jenga Karomes and the likes. However, there has always been a desire from our community for us as a community to have an identity and a purpose and a direction. Now, when Ruto entered and forayed into our region, the man was properly advised on what is ailing and what is a constant desire of our community. And that is basically so that we can be able to be given what belongs to us. When Kenyatta took power, he forgot about the other sons of Mount Kenya. He forgot about the Mau Mau. He forgot about those other people who struggled for independence, apart from just being in the trenches. And what he did is he sacrificed the freedom fighters for his own friends and the Gatis, the people who were always siding with the colonizers and the oppressor. So it is not right. I would say that there wasn't a percentage of hatred among Kikuyu about Raila ama Wajaluo, but it was not the defining factor. The thing that defined the factor was that when Ruto came and spoke about the dynasty, he talked to us. He spoke to our hearts. I'm a marketer by profession, and the one thing that we always do as a marketer is that we appeal to the need of who we specifically want to target. And that is what Ruto did. He spoke to our need, and our need was us to be able to separate ourselves from the dynasty and restore our dignity as a community. So when we started voting, it was very easy for us to identify this is the dynasty called Kenyatta, and this is another dynasty called Odinga. And sasa ikaribu zaidi that this is Aluo, and this is also Raila. Mpaka hapo muweze kushika, baadaye tutakuja nini in future engagements. For now I think tunaongea kuhusu baba and siasa ya ODM.
I think
Now
Alex,
let me
Alex has got something to say about that, so that we have
atasema
debate. Alex, go ahead.
Sijamaliza. See, let me finish. Yeah.
Alex will say something about what you just said. Alex, can you? Okay, Giovanni, go ahead. When I can get
So
Alex.
the other thing is what Alex said. What and I admire what he was able to audibly and strongly say this. That the brigade, the ODM brigade, the ones which are pro-government, they had one purpose, and that was to suppress and to contain. And for that, I support the man to the hill. However, we need to understand what were the reasons behind Raila coming into government. We need to understand the reason behind the enigma purpose entering into government, so that we can be able to understand where he fell short or what he had a vision of, but it was cut short before he was able to bring it to futility. Now, let's go back to what happened in 2 years ago. I think this is last year. Last year, 1 year ago, at the revolution of the Gen Z. In essence, this is what I usually tell people. Two things happened. When the Gen Z rebelled, the one person who was left naked was Ruto. And the only way the man could be able to sustain his governance was to look for Baba. But he knew Baba was also waning away and waning out. Now, because now there comes another generation who were going to the street without even being called by anybody. Now, because prior to that very day, there were other engagements of the Gen Zs with the government. The pro Gen Zs, the pro identity for a new Kenya, and which was not being advocated and propelled by Baba. Now, Baba had two options to do. He had to choose between. He had to make a decision, because us allowing for Ruto to be taken out of the equation meant that Gachagua had to come in as the president. It was not an option. It was not a good option back then, because it was just like taking away a bad thing and putting also another bad thing. So, well, the reason why Baba came into power, came to support Ruto, was basically to buy time. Now, when you look basically and critically, I want to take you back to the times of Jehu. I know you've read the Bible. God had initially anointed King Ahab for the very purpose of ruling the nation of Israel. But he also, behind and beside, he anointed Jehu, and he had strict instructions for Jehu through his prophet Elijah, that akuje aweze kutoa na kumaliza uongozi wa mtu anaitwa King Ahab. So in a nutshell, what I can be able to say is, as we debate upon who is going to take the next mantle of the ODM, who is going to take the next leadership and ABCD, we need to understand that it is not the person who chooses, because we can look all over. Even when Moi decided that he's going to choose Uhuru, the people rebelled and refused. It is God who appoints. So it was upon the time, it is just appointed that God ordains his leadership. God ordains his direction. And in this sense of Baba, his time was up, and God has been able to protect his legacy in a way that he has not been corrupted within his many decisions that he could have done. It was not a good decision for him to come into government. I know, even if you've been following even the family, they have been very specific that the Gen Zs have been were always calling for Baba to die.
So it was not a good position for Baba to be. He was always torn between two things, two devils. Actually, I would speak like the Americans, the way they usually say it. He was between the deep blue sea and the high noon. So, but he had no any other option unless to propel himself forward. Now, the other thing that was also difficult for Baba was that he was surrounded by people who are also going through the eons of their life. People like Waparanya, people like Joho. These are already worn out characters, and they are looking for a way out of their situation because they cannot become anything. They have no relevance. They can only become president, vice president, cabinet ministers. So they have no any political mileage behind them that they can be able to help. They could have been able to help and propel the purpose within which what Baba wanted. However, that was his people. As you usually say, the president's men. These were his men. These were Paranya, Kinabadi. Now they're also the new blood which was coming up. So it was always a fight between new blood, and Baba was trying to balance between those two camps. There were new blood, which was Kinababu and Sifuna and Hamisi and the likes. And then there are the old men, the likes of Paranya, the likes of Joe and Badi. However, now to be able to balance between the two, Baba was torn between agreeing upon moving together with UDA towards the next phase of 2027, or having continuing their own identity as an ODM. Now, even now, moving us forward, there is the people that are carrying a worn-out rhetoric are basically the likes of Kina Paranya, Kina Badi, and the likes. There is a new blood. The people are craving for new direction and purpose. And now, what God has done is He has taken away Baba and Baba's direction. It is upon now the people to choose their own leader. People don't do, even God Himself sometimes had to leave people to make their own choices. And in this sense, people have already chosen in the direction. You could hear through the people. You could go through the social media. You could see through the interactions of these young thugs with the people on the ground. Kina Sifuna, Kina Babu. Yesterday, Babu was entering Kisumu. You could see the euphoric following this guy. And then the other thing about Babu cuts across as first and foremost a youthful leader. Second, a fearless leader. Thirdly, he cuts across tribes. For Kikuyu to vote for Babu, it's easier than to vote for Badi. Why? First and foremost is because he is able to identify. He is in a cosmopolitan. He leads a cosmopolitan, diverse constituency called Embakasi. In Embakasi, there are all manner of tribes. There are Kikuyus there. There are very few Luos actually, but there are many Kambas. And this young guy, because that's what I will call him within the context of comparing him with the Kinabadi and Kina Oparanya, has been able to have a proper following. If you speak the negativity of Babu in Embakasi, you'll be easily lynched. Now, Babu is able to transcend that tribal tag. This is a bit different from when Baba was entering politics. Baba entered politics through Kibera. Universally, it's almost 80% Western. But Babu has entered politics through Embakasi. Embakasi, if there are many rules, maybe it will amount only to 10, 15, or 20, at most 20%. Most of it is Kayole, it's Kikuyu. pipeline, these guys called the Kambas, and the other tribes kidogo kidogo, Waluya, hapa na pale. So this is a guy is that will not only be able to, and it is very easy. And then he is also married to a Kikuyu. That's also a plus in terms of national appeal. Because as much as we may hate one another as a tribe, it is also cognizant. It is also very important for us to be cognizant of the fact that no one tribe can be able to rule without other tribes being able to support your endeavor. Finally, if I may say this, I will say time ya ODM, I think imefika. It's either they come out of the cocoon, and they metamorphosize, or they just die. They either fly, become a butterfly, or they just die. So, and it is just that simple. They don't have two options. They have to find identity. Yes,
I want you to leave it at die. You know, that point that you left at ODM will finally die. And Alex Budi had a rebuttal on what you had said, so that we have this conversation going. And I also have a Dairas.
You know, Mzalendo, all good things always come to an end. Yes, unfortunately or fortunately, all good things.
I need you to land.
Yes, I mean it. Mtu anaitwa Babu ama the likes of Kina Sifuna, they have to look for their own identity and direction. And I don't think they will be able to find it and direct it within the confines of ODM as an old. It's just the way Jesus said, putting new wine into old wine skins. It is going to be a fight. No one is going to come out unscathed there. The best way and the only way is for ODM to die and give out new sprouts and give it more life. I finished with it.
All right, Alex, you had got something to say before I welcome.
Yeah, quickly, let me do it in terms of bullet points. I think we need to be very attentive, extremely attentive, in order for us to connect the dots to form a straight line. If there is something today I took out of that podium in terms of where we are today, it is a long con that I will put on the side, because as we talk about Raila's legacy, this really dented him. And let me capitalize my words so that you can understand. Unfortunately, Olusegun Obasanjo made me connect dots that I should never have connected in my life. And I want you to remember what he said. When we had that meeting in Mombasa, which meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that meeting, Mr. Mzalendo?
Mm-hmm.
Before that meeting, mama kutoka Tanzania alisema Kenya shida yenu ni mtu mmoja tu peke yake, ni Gachagua. Why would a president of a country single out a person and say mkitoa hiyo shida mtakuwa vizuri? So the long con game of removing Gachagua while we are in the street being told in as much as I love Baba, I said this, reaction and action are opposite and equal. This long gone game, we cannot allow it to be perpetuated within our circles of politics, because that is what today is ailing us. And remember, the issue when the Chief Justice went to visit Ruto, and then words came out that Chebukati is going to take this. Ahmed, the former also IBC guy one was going to the appellate court and or high court, and the other one was going to the Supreme Court, and Kome was to be taken out. And Raila became so harsh on this, the next day, there were people in a small talk room saying, Baba is going to AU. And we thought it was gossip. Only that Baba to come 2 days later and say, I have been doing consultation for a lengthy period. Now, Ruto today said immediately after the election, what did he do? So let's not come here and say things while we now have all the information. Let us acknowledge that all along, and Mzalendo, I told you this, because we participated in 2007, and I was so shocked. And that is why the person who sang the ODM song in 2007 was willing to sing for Ruto, because he was so mad that anytime they finish their rallies, when they come to the hotels, all these politicians could sit down and there was no difference. It's only us who knew the difference. Now, this is what I'm saying, Mzalendo. There is an ad hoc meeting that was between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza that whoever wins, eventually they will join together. Hii game ambayo tulipleiwa was not good. So Obasanjo today told us very well how everything was uncovered. But let's not make that the subject of talk, because we will revisit that. That statement was a big statement for us to just leave it. When did Obasanjo come and talk with Raila and decided? That meeting we had in Mombasa, and you remember what they told us earlier? It was Mama, Suluhu, Joho, Oparanya, and there were only 4 people in that meeting. You remember that? So let's leave it that.
Alex, did he identify names, or he just said?
No. Now we go back. We know it, because now that meeting was spoken, and we know that it was leaked to the media, but due to manufactured consent, it was suppressed.
Uhuru was there.
So, Uhuru was not there. Uhuru was never there in that meeting. So let's leave there now. The first thing I wanted to respond to you, I want to listen to the views of other people. The moment the Kikuyus keep making this mistake of invoking the reason of their either hatred or their love to Raila, let me tell you, the 41 is going to come against 1. And the greatest danger that now we face in this country is if Gachagua continues to be powerful. Trust me, it will be to the demise of this country. It is the high time that now we know how to diffuse the whole issue and ask ourselves going forward, how can we detonate Ruto? But as long as Gachagua is right there, if you saw what happened this week, a lot of people who are calling Ruto Githinji, I don't know, hii syllabus mpya ilitoka wapi, we are revisiting it again. It's going to change the narrative of the politics again. So what we are saying is, I wish my brothers in the mountain understood the gravity of the change that we need. But at the same time, they understood that nobody in the country is willing that, again, you will be the stakeholders or the players that will decide where the next mantle will go. Unfortunately, that is the silent cry. But it looks like we may not be able to evade that. And due to that, I'm afraid that Ruto ameshika ODM na mikono yake yote. And that is the problem now we are having right now, that ODM hangs on the hand of how Gachagua is going to behave.
Mzalendo, let me do a rebuttal.
I want it to be. I want you to come in after small commercial break.
Just a small
commercial break. Then you'll come in. Then I'll have Darius speaking, and then Joseph. They have not said anything, so we'll have all the time to say something.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm Sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let everybody to girl in Kingston town. On the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let everybody to girl in Kingston town. On the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let everybody to girl in Kingston town.
All right. Alex will come back later. Okay, you had a rebuttal.
Yes, what I wanted to say, and in particular, I want myself to be very candid on this. And this, when it touches the relationship, the contest, the relationship between the Kikuyus and the Luo vis-a-vis in other tribes, and in particular in politics. First and foremost, everything that we are and we do, every strength that you do have as Mzalendo, it's always God-given. It's given from God. So what Kikuyus have, what they stood for, what they stand for, it comes from God. Their strength, whether in politics, in numbers, in economics, it's not something that they just woke up and decided we are going to get this. It was given. It was it is and it has always remained a privilege from God. Having said that, it doesn't mean that what and how Kikuyus are is they should take it like it is their right. It isn't their right, and we don't take it as our right. However small or however big a community is, there is always and there will always be a direction, a purpose, and an identity surrounding that particular community. In Kikuyu, and in by extent the Mulima, we are not any special than any other tribe. We also, even as much as we are big, we also looking for our own identity, and we are looking for that person and a leader who can be able to guide us and direct us towards the eons of our lives. This time, the tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Now, our choice of leadership basically might not be in particular be the choice of other tribes. It might not be the person that it is. For a good example, let me give a good example, like when the Luos decided they want to follow after Raila. And the Kikuyus were always pro, and they have kept being pro Orengo for many years. But the choice of their leader, the choice of Raila as their leader by the Luos was made by the very community called the Luo. So I would say that this and this should go forth as a guiding direction within our conversation, if I may ask, moving forward, that let us not disparage our leaders, even as we speak here, because we are not coming here. We have not come here and started disparaging Raila, Orengo, Badi, or whatever. Even if as we speak, let us also be cognizant of the fact that we also, Kashagwa is also our leader, is also our son. you may call him a buffoon. Actually, I was not a very popular person. Gachagua was not a very popular person to me. But later, I came to admire the man bit by bit. So I have my reasons. There's another person who has his reason. There's another person who does not support Gachagua, has his reason. But for the sake of myself and the others who may be able, who support Gachagua, kindly let us refrain from saying that Gachagua is a wrong choice, is this and is the other. Just that.
All right, let me invite Darius. Darius, karibu sana Afrik. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. You've been out there for a long time, you and Joseph. Briefly, give us your tribute, and then you can contribute to the agenda that is going on the platform. Karibu sana Dari.
Hey, Bana, thank you so much. It's always lovely to join Afrik. Sorry, I've been busy, and also this week I've been mourning. I want to send my heartfelt condolence to the Raila Amolo family, not even the supporters first, the family, because when you find yourself in circles of a person like this, you can imagine how Aida was not even allowed to mourn her husband, because a lot of people loved him even more than the main family. So it was really hard for the family, and I just want to say may his soul rest in peace. This is a doyen. We have never witnessed anything close to this, either in Kenya or Africa. I've actually received a lot of phone calls from my friends from West Africa and different parts of the world. In fact, even I was showing my friend who I work with the second day when Raila's body was taken to Mamboleo in Kisumu, and the white people, actually the Wazungus, they were actually shocked that there is a human being that can command such unseen mammoth crowd just for his burial. And even me, I know Raila is popular. I know Raila stood for something, but I probably didn't know the extent of what this man possessed in him. And Mzalendo, we have played games with you like sports. Such a person comes once in a lifetime. Say in football, in our era, we have seen Cristiano and Messi. We might take another 20 years to find people like talented like that. Basketball, we might not find again another Michael Jordan or LeBron James. People who just command a following that is unexplainable. Anyway, to my point, I like being brief. I really liked Giovanni's presentation, but and I was waiting for Giovanni to come back. I really liked Giovanni's presentation, but I would really urge him, because you know me, I'm a very well articulated speaker, and I'm going to take less than 5 minutes, and I'll capture what you said. And Alex, sometimes when you want your point to go through, don't take 30 minutes, because people will lose what, you know, I was following, but sometimes I was losing the point because you took a long time to explain, and you have very strong points. So always, if you have a lot of points, you can put them on paper so that you give the punchlines, and they remain strong in people, because you know we are learning from each other. This is what I would say. Even before Raila died, I always spoke to Mzalendo, and I told him that Baba, as he was referred, people might not understand, but those who are very smart in this burial, if you caught something out of this burial, the media can wake up tomorrow and say Giovanni and Dario Puzo made a handshake. That is the media's prerogative. It can say that. And we decided to call this golden bag scandal. That is their prerogative, and it becomes a narrative. But If you were listening carefully to these 3 days of madness, because this is not a normal burial, this was crazy. Seeing people like that is not easy. The main thing that I captured here was Raila Amolo Odinga never had a handshake, never had a dialogue, never had this one broad-based. All these things that were happening, they were called forgiveness. By forgiveness, I will explain to you. It means somebody has insulted you, Giovanni, or Mzalendo, or Alex, or Joseph, and you have the power to say tomorrow, I will still talk to you. I live in the United States, and I meet Kenyans who say, me, I will not talk to other Kenyans. They are bad people. They said ABCD about me. I'm moving away from those old politics of we are following Mzalendo or anybody. I'm being realistic about the situation of what has happened. So, in this situation, I know people have called this guy Chawi, this guy enda ufanye sijui nini, mama yako alifanya hivi, baba yako alifanya hivi. He never put any of this in his heart. In fact, if you wake up in the next morning and you see me saying hi to somebody that really insulted me yesterday, then ask yourself as a Kenyan today, if I take 2 steps back, can I really forgive somebody who really, really, really made me feel bad yesterday? That is the power that this guy had, that nobody will ever understand. You see, Uhuru Kenyatta right now, he has refused to talk to Gachagua because Gachagua really insulted him. And he has refused to move on from that. It is where they leave each other with Raila. If it was Raila insulted by Gachagua, in fact, I think if I'm not wrong, after all the insults, they one day met at the airport. And Raila was very cordial to him. Another day, during a burial of the Mau Mau mother, who Raila was supporting actually the family, Gachagua really insulted Raila. But Raila never responded to that. He said, we are here to bury this. And even if you don't agree with me, sometimes, we can disagree on principles. But he never made it disagreeing on personality. And that is what, as Kenyans, we need to embrace. Just before I cut off, because I promised I was going to take less than 5 minutes, a very important thing is this. The championing of this guy that he did was he tried to empower institutions, because he already knew I have a very massive following and I can stop things from happening. But we need institutions to do that. In Africa, we are behind today because for me to go and get an ID, I have to pay to be given first-hand service. Why can't this institution just do the job? That is what he was fighting for. And for us to protect his legacy, we need to ensure that even, and this one I'm not lying, and today I think Mzalendo will agree with me, we never agree. Before Raila died, he really insisted on Senate, was it Senate, for this Ugatuzi money, for the CDF to be cut off. Because there is 2 kits coming out of the government to be given to these people, and they're eating a lot of this money. But he really insisted, and it was making him unpopular to the MPs. But he kept telling them, no, CDF needs to be cut off. If we have already fanya Ugatuzi, now money should be taken to the governor to run the county. It is very true. I'm being honest today, because it was the burial day of a lion in Kenya, who actually wanted to inspire us to understand that we have rights, to make sure that we get services. Some of us are here in the US and we don't want to be here. We want to be home, where things are working. But this is an African problem. It has been a challenge for Raila. He has tried, but it has been a challenge. Before I finish, let me tell you, we have come up and said, Gen Z was sabotaged, Raila messed up Gen Zs. Can you ever imagine having a trigger-happy president like Ruto, who even the first day when Raila's body landed, kids were killed in front of his eyes and he was looking at them, and he has not even made a comment. There are people shot at Kasarani because of being unruly. Because I'm from Busia, I'm a lawyer. We mourn the same way as Luos. And that is their way of mourning. And you have put guns to finish them in front of a sitting president. Let me tell you, today, and you will quote me when I join African one other day, because these things I've spoken to Muzalendo before. He has not been agreeing with me, but he will see them pan out. Let me tell you, Ruto came to TV and announced that Raila is dead. And in 5 minutes, he signed 8 draconian bills. Because as he is crying, he's not crying inside. He's saying the person who could stop this is gone anyways. So I'm daring Nick. Let him try to incite this Gen Zs again and say, go there, you really helped us, and you see what this man can do. The reason Raila went and said, you know what, if you need a handshake for you to calm down, I will do it. But these kids are coming to the streets every day. We are clapping for them, but every day we read in the news, 5 have died, 10 have died, 15 have died. But it is not our kids that have died. So when we go home, we count our kids are all there, we sleep well. We say, Gen Z's were this idea, but those parents who lost their kids, what can they do? And among the 10 points agenda that he made, he said this: these kids' parents need to be given a compensation, including back at 2007. It is because it is unstoppable when you have a greedy man like this one who is now on the chair, and no Gen Z can tell this guy that we can come to parliament and take you the mess and you resign. This man cannot resign. He has really wanted power all his life. And now, pray for Kenya. He has signed these draconian bills. This guy is not there. If we are not careful, we still keep saying, our leader is Juyu. Our leader is this one. No. We are now one people. There is, in Central, and Giovanni, me, I'm very honest. In Central, MPs went to parliament by insulting Raila. In Nyanza, MPs went to me. I'm neutral. Me, I'm lawyer, so I can say this. In Nyanza, MPs went to parliament by being in Raila's pocket. So I want those orphans of Raila, first of all, because they were not even deserving to be in parliament, to be kicked out. In Central, now you will give us good MPs because you don't have anybody to insult. You will say, mimi nauza sera, majani chai yenu ndaongeza bei. That is the one we want. In Nyanza, you don't just bring a Junet who doesn't do anything, but because I'm in good books with Raila, I'm here. Hakuna hiyo imeisha. We want now the best. So now we are in a very, very straight field, but let's remember, institutions have to be empowered for them to do the job. If I need an ID, it is my right for an ID. I don't need to know anybody. Thank you very much. I passed my 5 minutes because I was speaking to Giovanni. He's a very good speaker. I just need him to cut down on his length of speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Umeongeza kama Giovanni.
Giovanni is learning, and I think Eric has been there waiting for a very long time. Eric, kalia tu hapo kidogo tu. I need to welcome Jose. Jose is all the way in Qatar. Maybe he has got something to say, a tribute to Raila Odinga. And you've been following the conversation where we are at the moment. It is how are these people? Darius has left a very good point there. That these orphans who are hanging on Raila's court, they need to be kicked out. But it will be difficult because one thing, they will be riding on a legacy and saying that we are the only people who can carry Raila's torch. So Joseph, karibu sana, and say something.
Thank you.
And congratulations for winning the game today. I know I've got two diehard Manchester United fans here. Congratulations for beating Liverpool for me. Thank you.
So sorry, I was today I was late. I was discussing about I was in the football program in Africa. We were discussing about football, and I did not see Boni. Boni amekuja kujificha huku. Amejua mambo ni moto sana kule.
No,
no, I don't want you to
Jose,
answer. Don't answer me.
No,
Tapatana kwa football.
We don't have
Tapatana kwa football. Let me give the tribute.
Okay.
Also in football, we gave the tribute. Let me give the tribute before. Boni staki uni confuse one. So I want to take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family of the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. He's a man who really brought changes, which some of us may agree, some of us may not agree, but all in all, we know that changes were brought even in the electoral reform. So people might come and say, no, it did not happen, no, it happened. So that one is a give or give. It depends on the person you're going to ask. Then I'll go to, because I have so many points, because Giovanni has talked a lot of points and Dario has talked a lot of, now we need to analyze them. And I also saw Alex somewhere leo, niliona Alex Bundi pahali akicomment, alikuwa na makasiriko mingi sana wakati ceremony ilikuwa inaendelea. So I will start with Giovanni. Giovanni said some certain points here and said that we should stop criticizing leaders if they are coming from certain places. I come from the mountain, and I will tell you, me, I'll criticize somebody with the things that he does. It's good that you're going to become a leader, but when you become a leader and then you're trying to bring like his dictatorship within that certain region, it does not augur well with me, because it's good you want to become the main man in that region, but the certain moves that you are making, it tends even to get people afraid of what if you become, what if you get that power, what will you do next? It is so frightening for me because I've seen, and that is the problem we do for example in the mountain. The problem that we always do one thing. We go to elections with emotions, and it's very dangerous to always go to elections with emotions. And I can tell you what has been happening. We have been going through this election with emotions, and we forget that we say that we are the bigger tribe. That is what you call us. All people here will tell you that we are the major tribe or the biggest tribe. But we forget that we are always marginalized as a tribe, because you heard when they came up with the so-called BBI, that, and you could hear the statistics of what we were gaining as, for example, the CDF kitty. You could hear the in terms of how much the kids were getting for the education kitty. You could see that clearly this is a community that is marginalized. So when we come to these elections with so much emotions, it tends also to reflect in problems that are happening within certain quarters of our region. And I can tell you this authoritatively speaking, if you go and look at the people who have the majority of the maybe you say the rich, maybe that is what you'll call them, you'll find some certain people, they come from that region. And also if you look at the poor people, you'll see also they are coming from that region, and it's so diverse. It's a very big gap. So when we say that you are coming to become the kingpin of a certain place, I would not like you to come and start seeming like you are trying to impose some direction and dictatorship in us. By the way, so far, I really loved sijui watu watakasirika na mimi, but I really loved what Sifuna said. When you're saying that you're coming to tell us about this whole broad-based, and you're in the government and what have you asked the certain people in that region what they feel about that? Have you asked them? Umeenda ukafanya nini analysis ukauliza, because everybody has certain reasons na kila mtu ako na mashida zake ki plan, kwa sababu huwezi kasema mtu wako Nairobi shida zake zinafanana na mtu wako Kisumu, ama mtu wako Nairobi Kiambu shida zake zinafanana na mtu wako Nyeri. It differs in all quarters. So if you ask somebody in Nyeri what he thinks about SHA, or what he thinks about the housing program and everything, and somebody who is in Nairobi, you will get very different answers. So I think these leaders also they should not be the leaders who want to impose something on us. They should listen to the people, because they are the ones who have given them the mandate to become the leaders. So it's very risky for me hearing a person saying like he's stamping authority on you. Mimi nitakuwa kingpin, these other guys they need to keep the hell and keep quiet. It does not stand well with me. And also I want to answer Dario. Mimi sichukuagi masaa mingi. Kuna kitu Dario amesema hapa about kuna kitu Dali, ndio nakwambia, wakiongea mingi mtu anasahau hizo points juu wakichukua time. So there is something he talked about nitakujia hiyo point juu nimesahau. Acha nitajot down. I remember it, I'll come back to it.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And Eric, umekaa kwa baridi sana. Can you say something?
Oh yeah. Hey, there's a lot that's been said. Hata anashindwa nianzie wapi.
Uanzie wapi? Just say
too bad
mali utapata.
I didn't even take mpaka nilikuwa nimeleta kitabu people are my sentences. Yeah, so where do I start? Tulianza where who's
you can start with this the succession that is going on.
The succession, yes. I was about to start from there. Okay, my feeling is that Babu and Sifuna, they've got the ear of the youth. Tuseme, if we take the example of what happened at the burial, unaona ni kama a change of guard. I don't know if anyone saw that. The old guard, hawa kina Mbadi, wakina nani, they don't have that that pull of the crowd. So inamaanisha even ODM kuna hiyo change of guard that is happening. So either Sifuna or Babu can be able to take over, but will the old guard allow them to? I don't think so. So kuna hiyo push and pull kwa ODM, as in who's going to take over from Raila. I don't think the old guard will allow Kina Sifuna. Right now, I'm just seeing Robert Alai saying Sifuna will be out of ODM by November. And what I know is that Baba used to protect Sifuna a lot. Whenever there is that internal strife, people attacking him, and he used to come up and say, whenever Sifuna talks, he's speaking on my behalf. So now Baba is out of the picture. Who's going to protect Sifuna now? Who's going to protect Babu? So kuna wale ni kama gatekeepers wa ODM. They will try and like we are saying, kuna some people ni retirees. You were governor before, you had your 2 terms, hauna job. Even Sifuna said the same thing when he was being asked about these ODM experts. Akasema those people had no jobs. Some of them, that is a way of them to coming back into government. That's why they accepted those positions, wakina Joho, because they had nothing else they were doing apart from just being there in ODM. So
sema walikuwa wamefika political menopause.
Yeah, exactly. So so they jumped at that opportunity. That's why I'm for them, they're opportunists. That's why they had to play to the gallery, because the master was sitting right there. The master is who? Ruto. That's why they were like broad-based, but it was not eliciting any reaction with the crowd, because I think people have moved on from the Ruto presidency. Other in as much as he's trying, because someone said that he's trying to take political capital out of this, unfortunate in a day that Baba's passed. Is trying to, all these things that he's doing, he's trying to get mileage out of that. And wale watu watakuwa gullible enough to fall for that, it will be very unfortunate. I think that's what I can say. I don't want to talk so much so that people lose a train of thought, but that, for me, that's what I think.
Wow, you are absolutely right. And Boni, wewe pia umenyamaza hapo sana, sijui unakunywa nini. Toa hiyo point.
Mzalendo, nimesikia
unakunywa uji. Nasikia Raila na Uhuru walikuwa wanakunywa uji. Unakunywa uji ama unakunywa nini?
Si uji
Oh,
tu
mzalendo,
lakini
mzalendo, na ukipata chance unipatie. Nimekumbuka kile nilikuwa nataka kujibu Dario.
Usisahau. Boni, kabla usahau hilo unataka kusema.
nilikuwa nataka kujibu hiyo ya, nimeona hizo tweet zinaendelea kwa mitandao kwamba Sifuna atakuwa anatolewa katika chama cha ODM baada ya Raila kuaga dunia. Yani, if they do that, I think that will be the worst thing they will do, because Edwin Sifuna has been one of the loyal and also patriotic leaders when it comes to the ODM, and he has been very close to Baba, and him being loved by Raila Odinga. Does it mean that now we don't have Raila Odinga? They have to embarrass Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna should remain in the political party because he has been very firm when it comes to making sure that any affairs that involves the political party is well organized. So Sifuna is there to stay. So anyone who is I also heard Mzalendo saying that they might try to remove him from the party, but I think that will be the highest betrayal. And also saw Gypsy Corner in the comment section saying that Edwin Sifuna in today's speeches is only one who really spoke without lying, from what Raila Odinga had told them and from the experience that he stayed with Raila Odinga. So I think if they do that, they will betray Edwin Sifuna and also even what Raila Odinga had impacted to the Nairobi Senate. Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, karibu sana Africa. Welcome to Africa. A long time I've not seen you here on these corridors. Can you say something? We are giving a tribute to Raila Odinga, and anything that you have to contribute na hii maneno ya baba ametuacha kwa serikali. Baba ametuacha kwa serikali. Karibu.
Asante sana mzalendo. I think hiyo ni mambo mabaya sana, because if they're now saying we are in the broad-based government, lakini it's all about self-interest. Even Raila himself anyway, in as much as so far now we can say he supported so many people to come into the government and all that, the likes of Joho, everybody who spoke there, he felt that they just have self-interest and they are not having the nation at heart. You know, when Ruto said that whoever will have an attempt of tearing ODM apart is not going to tolerate it, I felt that was just a political tool that Ruto himself is trying to use as he looks forward to 2027. It's not right, and nothing much will change. It will come a time that ODM as it is will tear apart. At the moment, they are together just because of the crocodile tears today. We will mourn for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Something else happens in Kenya. We are used to forgetting very fast. We will forget about Raila. I mean, it will just be the normal way we forgot about Tomboy and the rest. And even Ogola. Who talks about Ogola now? It's the same people. It's the same thing that will happen. No one will be talking about Raila. People will be talking about current political affairs, current situations in the countries and all that. So this thing of we've been left in the government is not something that is going to stay for long. And these people are going to tear apart. There's new political waves which will come up. Trust me, Ruto will have very hard time dealing with the ODM members because the unifying factor is gone. They feared Raila, but now Raila is no more. They cannot listen to Millie Odhiambo. They cannot listen to Gladys Wanga. In her speeches, I had her talk about boldly, I mean, with a lot of boldness. But those will not be looked into by many people. So ODM will no longer be there with time. That's my take.
Yes. ODM will no longer be there. I don't know, Eric. Do you agree with these people that ODM will no longer be there? I don't think that ODM is going anywhere. Ruto has said it clearly that he's in ODM. This is my take. It might be crazy, ridiculous, but I feel that William Ruto is going to vie on an ODM ticket. On an ODM ticket. That is the only thing that will
Exactly.
look.
That's my point. I was just about to. Mhm.
Yeah, Ruto
Yeah, I
will
was
vie
about
on
to say exactly
because
the same thing. I was.
that is the only glue that he has to ensure that these leaders who are elected on Raila's umbrella can stay close to him. Because if he
Yeah,
leaves that house
can stay
divided,
close to him.
yeah, if he leaves the house divided, the only other person that can unite and let the issue of ODM being a national party has ended with Raila's death. Do you all agree with me that ODM will no longer be that national party that it used to be? I
Yeah.
foresee a situation where somebody like John Mbadi will be the only unifying factor within Luo Nyanza. The Kisi region already has got are already behind Matiangi. Central are already behind Gashagwa. The other voting bloc that is still in kind of a confusion is the Western Bloc, which Darius or Erico will tell us why they are still like, they haven't decided the kind of direction. But there are signs that they will not work with the government. There is a stronger force in the opposition in Western that is moving the trajectory in a different direction away from William Ruto's broad-based government. I don't know whether you see these things unfolding the same way I see them. Who's been there for Darius? Can you come back, or Alex? You can pick it
Let
from there.
me let me say a few things. What you just said, the last, it's going to be difficult, but it could be the possibility. And I think if Ruto, as cunning as he is, if he pulls up that trick, I think he could have deflated, the likes like Babu and also the likes like Sifuna. But Machiavelli politics always says, in the end, you bring your political force closer, than your friends. So I think in the end, as you have seen the politics of Kenya unfold, I think Sifuna and Babu will have the last laugh. I don't know. I mean, for me, I wanted to give my one of the perspective of the legacy of Baba, and I continue. You guys continue. There's something I noted. I don't know if you can allow me to digress just a little bit, because I think
Go ahead.
I'm more focused on some of the things. So Mzalenda, I want you to help me this. Maybe I will say something that probably you noted and all of us noted, but we were tongue-tied and we don't want to speak about it. And the unfortunate nature of politics. Now, on a political front, we all agree that Baba was given a befitting send-off. And one that befits his sacrifice, his stature, but above all, a country and what actually Orengo said, that the people from that region have sacrificed so much, and none of them, and even gave an example of even how Jaramogi was refused to be accorded. However, in all this, you noted that Ida, as a mother and as a wife, first of all, had a classic eulogy of the husband. If you looked intently, and today I held the Jaramogi Oginga family very high. In fact, somebody like Akinyi really disappointed me. I'm not gonna lie to you, bringing some issues that In one way, you say Raila refused to be beaten and ABCD. In other way, you say when he went to Kenya Bureau, he was disciplined. I mean, I don't know. She was not cogent in one way or the other. I mean, for me, there was like a confusion. And I can understand that in terms of when there's a funeral. And, you know, it always happens. But when it came to Mama Ida as a wife, I can almost guarantee you, I said, I see the power and the reason why Baba was able as a husband and a political front to succeed. And I think Mama gave us good lessons in regard how to succeed on the front. You can contrast how Rachel on the political front has been frustrated because the way Ruto, you know, micromanages her. If you speak to Mama Ida, you are an enemy. Like, yeah, Rachel Ruto does not have that flexibility. If Ruto died today, Nikama, there's a funny comics that goes here in Facebook and TikTok. There's this famous atlete that died, and now the wife looks more beautiful than when the atlete was was alive. You saw that. Now, so Mama gave a classic eulogy to the husband, but there was a glitch, and this is what I want us to learn and see that shocked me in terms of the capacity of Baba. Later on, when Millie was speaking, we were interrupted and we were taken to the second section. I want you to pay attention to this section, the second section. I believe Mama left it intentionally. And the reason Mama left it intentionally is because it had dark spots. Because it was unbelievable that my best friend, my friend, Fidel's wife, and Fidel's son, who traditionally is supposed to bury the grandfather, was missing. A man who controlled the politics of Kenya, a man who we loved, a man who literally was power and walked power. But at death, it was impossible, even the government machinery, to bring the son of Fidel in whatever capacity to that funeral. It was embarrassing for me to hear that Luam was not there and Fidel's son was not there. And that goes back to what you know very well, was being fought in the media. And you saw it in courts, that we were fighting an estate of 40,000 because there was alleged that Fidel had other twins. And if that's what it takes to dent a man and a stature of Raila's capacity, that when he is buried, we realize such a glitch, I was so disappointed. For me, that legacy was saturated a little bit. I don't know how it affected you, but Mzalendo, let me be honest, I think it was a failure of big, how can I describe it? It should never have happened. And if it was intentional, that was wrong. But if it was accidental, then they should come back and explain to the nation. But that was a big black hole that we must remedy, that we cannot be celebrated by the whole world, but the one that was supposed to buy. And I will go back to somebody who invoked religious invocation here. Moses, his children failed to take over. Aaron, his children failed to take over. Samuel, his children failed to take over. And that has been the story of the great men. But however, David understood that, and Solomon, a child that was never supposed to take over, took over. As we talk about who takes over Raila, it is sad that it's Oburu we are talking about. Well, I'm not being misogynistic, that my younger sister can come from Ireland to take over, but on all rights, I should have seen Fidel Jr. there, taking the footsteps, just like Uhuru Kenyatta did. And in the future, we can say here was a man who walked next to his father's grave. And I appeal to us as a nation that such kind of embarrassment should never have happened. That is one thing that I noted in terms of the legacy of Raila that I did not like, Mr. Mzalendo.
That is the spirit. Yes, I agree with you. Alone, as I agree with you. Let me just switch off this. You will assume one thing I want to tell you. And the older. One thing that I want to tell you that I had noticed that, but at the moment you could not even raise it because people were really focused on different things. But another sharp thing that that glared, and everybody might have ignored it, but me personally, the way Raila died, I feel a little bit let down by Mama Ida. And William Ruto narrated how they were making frantic calls between India and Kenya. And you know, Raila had been sick for a very long time. That is when I came to learn that he had also been to the US for treatment. He had been to Canada. He had been to Dubai. He had been to so many places for treatment. Now, the only place that was left is India as an alternative herbal treatment that he was going to get in that funny hospital that he was in. And I felt a bit disappointed. And as a Luo woman, I think she's hurting so much that she didn't die by the side of the husband in his last moments. It's only the daughter and the bodyguard who were there, and the personal doctor. That caught my attention. And even we who are married or who are planning to marry, I think when you choose a wife, you really have to choose the right woman. They cannot be all perfect, but the one that will be by your side in your last moment is indeed a good wife. I felt and I noticed even when the final the tribute in Nyayo, you could find that you could listen to Mama Ida. She was a bit not fluent in her tribute because one thing was missing. She was not there the last minutes of the husband dying, and even consequently, how the family gave updates about Baba's sickness. One time she's saying Baba has just gone for holiday to relax. The other one is saying, "Hey, Baba is indeed very ill." And is recovered. You know, so many mixed kind of information. I feel that when somebody is sick, especially this dignitary, they need to just come out and say that, you know, it's normal to get sick. Mzee ni mgonjwa.
Oh, quickly on that, I think Karolio Mondi, having served as the press secretary of Baba, came out outright and he said, let's pray for Baba, the whole nation. And Gladys Wanga played politics with it and said Baba is enjoying somewhere when they knew very well that was wrong. And that's what hurts me most, that Baba is enjoying somewhere. But if you realize Tony Gashoga, who also worked in the office of the Prime Minister, advised them on TV that maybe I will not be able to get them, but playing with the health of Baba at this particular time, it's not the right thing. But I think they did not listen to that. So in the end of the day, I think it hurts Mama Ida so much that this was unexpected. So the statement, more especially, which actually I criticized, if you remember, the secretariat for Raila Amolo Odinga rebutting in regard of the rumors that Baba is very sick. Do you know? Yeah, do you know what they entailed in that? That they regarded the former impeached deputy president led what? Coalition. Honestly, where does impeachment come? You know, these are the people that I say their careers have come to an end because They used Baba. They never want, even if he was going to be in a vegetative state, they will still keep him, even on what? Life machine, just to survive. And it tells you how insidious politics can be. And these are people, honestly, as I said earlier, and I will invoke this, they need to go to the political dustbin because this was wrong. They should have told Mama Ida, you need to be next to your husband. Things are going and running amok. And if you saw now that when we were eulogizing Mama, it was only Winnie and Sister Ruth that even the president kept saying that I communicated with this, I communicated with this. And I think it's a sad moment. But the good thing in all that, the moment Winnie landed from the plane, that heart that she gave Mama and how she embraced it and put it on her breast made me know that Mama loved Baba. That alone should be taken as a sign that this is a woman who truly loved his husband.
I think if I can add there, just one thing.
Yeah, add one thing quick before I welcome.
Oh, yeah. I was just adding to that. Yeah, this sickness was not well managed. What I can say is that, even sometimes people who are considered mad are given credit. We can say even Rigi G actually mentioned something to do with anyone can get sick. Why would they hide if Baba is sick? So, they should have come out and said something. Even Rigi G, to his credit, mentioned that if someone is sick, we all get sick. He even mentioned his time when he was in, after being impeached, that time he was in Karen Hospital. So he said that he also got sick. So, and it's human to be sick. So they should not have played politics with that. That's all that I wanted to add. Yeah.
Mzalendo, I wanted to say on a lighter note, Alex nimesikia akicheza na youth leader. Hafai kucheza na youth leader. Youth leader now is the leader of ODM. Acha kucheza na youth leader. I wanted to answer Darius before I forget this one, Mzalendo, before you bring Richie. I want to tell Darius, there is a difference between Raila kusamehe Gachagua and Uhuru to forgive Gachagua. Because Gachagua really damaged the image of Uhuru very badly. Vibaya kabisa. And he can never recover from that one. And he damaged it from international perspective. And he also, if there's something that Uhuru carries so much dear in his life, and I think you'll see this, is the mom. If you touch the mom, Uhuru, I don't think he'll forgive you very easily. The person who tried to touch the mom before was you remember Babu Owino, and I think it invoked even Baba kuenda kuomba msamaha on behalf of Babu Owino, and that's why you see even when Babu Owino Baba alikuwa anamweka mbali kidogo, I think, because I think also he saw that maturity yake bado it's telling. That's why I think Baba was always putting Babu Owino. Si ati alikuwa anamchukia. Watu wanasemaga ati atakagi Babu Owino nini, but I see like he was still putting him akijaribu kumuonesha, brother, my son, you need to up kidogo your maturity. So I think we cannot say that Uhuru, I know why he's not forgiving Gachagua very easily. He damaged him with his family. He damaged him with international friendship and relations. He also damaged him by because we don't know, but when he was a deputy president, people went to his land and they invaded and they took certain things. So I think it's very difficult for him. Within those 3 counts, I think it is and I don't think he will ever come to terms with that. Even if they say that nimekusamehe and they talk, I never think they'll come in terms with that. That is what I wanted to answer, Darren.
No, Mzalendo.
Thank you. You guys, there is somebody who's been waiting. I really want to bring him in. I know, Giovanni, you've got something to say, but Makiadi has been there for a while. But let's take this small commercial break. Then we come to Makiadi, who has got, I know, a lot to say about that.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop, but I'm Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Down the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Down the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shine daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town.
Richie Skumingi Bana, welcome to Africa. I know we have been at this war for a very long time, supporting Baba until he joined the broad-based government.
Also, Nick,
Yes.
my microphone has been having issues, but I'm listening. I'm sorry. If I could whisper something.
If you could whisper something, but can you come just immediately?
Let me time myself for just 1 minute, because I know.
Okay, 1 minute. That is 1 minute. Your minute starts now.
Yes. Yeah. And also, what I wanted to share was this. I already spoke about the legacy and everything. So my next point was just to say that, the way the legacy has happened, and we saw, first of all, I'm an ODM supporter because it has been the most consistent party. But even the way Sifuna dressed today, it looked like he was not ready for this. But when he was given the microphone, coming from my village, he really pointed out very strong points. There is simmering problems in ODM, but not simmering problems that can help the country. It is simmering problems that the old people they want to think the old way. And these young people will embarrass them, but they won't win the fight. These old people will remain with a party that will be a shell. And these young people will move away from this party claiming they were pushed away. A lot of secretary generals have been pushed away from ODM because people put a lot of pressure to Baba. The biggest person who spoke in that burial today that showed what legacy means is the one who said, even the stepsister of Raila, who said, even in families, we have disagreements when Baba wants to make a move. And I am the one who even one day, it was so bad that when next day he woke up and said hi to me, I was shocked, because that is why I was using the theme of forgiveness. Baba does forgive, but he is human. People thought he was immortal. He is human. He can make mistakes. And some of these moves were not right. Some of them were right. So bear that in mind as we go on with the conversations. And I'm very glad to listen. Me, I don't like talking for a long time, but I like listening, and I gain and I gather, and I use this information that you guys give me solidly very much to my mind. Because let me tell you, politics is life. Politics even affects your family. The way you see Raila, people liking him, is the way in your family, even sometimes your daughter or your son just resents you. Politics is your life. So whatever you're getting from here, don't come here to win. Come here to listen, learn, and understand. Thank you.
I think thank you, Darius, for those remarks. You know, Raila worked with the people. He worked in the streets, in trenches. Even when he lost elections, his message for unity and justice never changed. That is why people called him Baba. And let me just welcome Makiadi. Makiadi, karibu sana.
Yes, yes. Thank you, my brother Mzalendo. I can see Uko full house. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah, good to see Alexa, Bon, Rico, Giovanni. Darius Naona dropped and Joseph and Kevin. Mzalendo, for me today, I think before I go into the politics of what happened, I would like to, mourn a great leader, a son of the soil, a Pan-Africanist, a person who gave a lot, sacrificed a lot, a lot of his ambitions for the people of Kenya. Raila indeed was a great man. Sometimes when you look at these videos, kama umecheza, it brings sadness and sorrow into our hearts because you will not see Raila again speak, you will not see him walk, you will not see him again interact. There is no Raila in Kenyan politics anymore, so it is gone. And I was looking at, Raila Odinga just laying in state there and asking myself, as individuals and as politicians, what legacy will you be remembered with? What will people remember you for doing for them, or what will people remember you as a country once your time comes? I think I have learned a lot. There's so many things, like I was listening to you discuss here. There are many things that we did not know about Raila Odinga, and some of them we knew today. And one thing that I don't know, I mean, as Africans, as people who are successful in politics, Raila Odinga is one person ambaye sijasikia skandal yoyote. Sijasikia mtu akitoka huko akisema mimi nilikuwa bibi wa pili, nilikuwa naishi Mukuru kwa Njenga, hata mimi nataka haki yangu. I have not heard that. Maybe I'm just jumping the gun, but so far sijasikia any scandal, which is a good thing. He was a family man. People are asking kwa nini Raila ako na bibi wa pili. Maybe he was a family man. He trusted in the values of a family, a wife and kids. Something that most politicians and most people who have money, like he did, do not believe in. We always say that Raila was a billionaire. Kila mtu alikuwa anasema kwa nini Raila hawezi tumia pesa kununua ikiti. But you have seen from the mourning that has been happening in our country right now. I read a comment somewhere where somebody asked, what happens when some of these leaders die? Are we going to have an organic kind of mourning that we have seen as a country, where people just come out of their houses, their towns, their villages to mourn Raila because they loved him as an individual. They loved what he stood for. Raila did not buy anybody. In fact, people used to call Raila stingy because he never used to use his money to influence anybody to support him. It is about what he believed in, his values, what he stood for. Most people, Zalendo, we will talk about the politics after this because I know there will be casualties. There are people who will be thrown to the political dustbin. But I want to declare that Raila Odinga had people who believed in his values as a politician. Some people call him a social democrat. Some people have different names. He was given so many names because people knew that Raila Odinga had a stand. You might not agree with what he did at some times. Most of the time, maybe most people did not agree with what he did. But the truth is, he stood firm with what he believed in. We had the incidents of the Gen Zs, rioting in town and demonstrating, and then later they said Raila let them down. But then you look at the logics here and you ask yourself, did we want to have a country where we have instability, or did we want to fight Ruto according to what the constitution stipulates, which is the ballot? There's a debate there, but I believe whatever Raila Odinga did was for the good of the country. Yes, we have Ruto. Yes, we have means to get Ruto out of office, but I don't think if we had come together as a country and followed what was being, advocated for, we would probably not have a country right now. So we have a chance. I think Raila gave us an opportunity to do things the right way. And there are so many people who, in Zalendo, I have noticed, politics is not about enmity. Siasa si uadui. Hiyo ndio kitu nimekuja gundua na Raila. There are some people, who are conspicuously absent because of the things they said. You flip the coin, and I think somebody mentioned here, Raila Odinga had even, the courage to go to a hostile territory when the late wife of the Dedan Kimathi passed. We all knew what was expected there, but he was a friend of the family. He went there to mourn. Of course, politics would have played, but he went there to mourn. And I think as leaders, we should also understand that politics, kitu inaitagwa siasa si uadui. Kuna siasa ambazo zinapitanga extend. You go to a place whereby unasema kitu ambayo you come to regret later, then unajifungia utaki kuonekana simply because wewe umeweka siasa zako kwa roho. The former governor wa Uasin Gishu alisema hii siasa usiweke kwa kifua, and you have seen it. You might be in a position whereby you say something ambayo unakuja ku regret later. So Baba amerest. I still have that picture kwa akili yangu ya ile kofia yake na whisk, ilikuwa inaitwa fly whisk, ikiwa kwa juu ya sanduku kwa jeneza, and that thing nikiangalia tu hivi kila wakati, I feel like shedding tears, because you look at the political journey of Raila Odinga, and you look at the politicians that we have right now. Most likely there's no one, don't want to rule out, but there's no one ambaye amefika level Raila Odinga amefika politically. So I think the young leaders have a long way to learn. Some people want to create, some sort of following from this. Kila mtu anasema natai, someone saying nataka ku inherit. The person who's probably going to inherit supporters of Raila. You have seen that, with the likes of Babu, saying there's no vacuum. But I know supporters of Raila Odinga, would probably not be ready for that discussion right now, because even the young politicians have a long way to go. They have a long way to learn. They have to know that the country comes first, and politics comes second. So as we mourn Raila Odinga today, I think brings a close to a curtain, a life that was well celebrated. Raila lived 80 years. We have now learned that he was, he was suffering. Alikuwa anaugua maradhi ya aina mingi mzalendo. We did not know that. I was listening to a doctor mwenye alikuwa anasema, the way you saw Raila Odinga all of a sudden change his walking style is because alifanyiwa surgery, I don't know, kwa mguu or something, and then he had a spinal surgery to fix a disc, and he was still strong, even in his infirmity. Akiwa mgonjwa alijitolea kutembea, kukutana na watu wake, his supporters. He attended events. He did not sit somewhere in confinement and feel sorry for himself. So he has lived a long life. He was a happy man. Even wakati watu walimtesa, watu walimfunga, he forgave all of them. you know, the things that Raila Odinga passed through, some of us, mtu akikufanyia kitu kama hiyo, akufunge miaka 8 na akunyime jua, to the extent where ukitoka hapo jicho yako ikiona mwangaza inamwaga machozi. Some of us will not forgive those people. But Raila Odinga went ahead and shook hands with them. Na wakakuwa marafiki. The people who contested with him elections, 2007, we know what happened. Raila Odinga went and visited Mwai Kibaki na wakasameheana. Even he was at peace with Kibaki when Kibaki passed. Raila Odinga was Uhuru's maybe best friend after Uhuru left office and during Uhuru's last term. Because he was able to forgive. It's not always about an individual. He understood that si lazima Raila angekuwa president. I think he reminded people that si lazima nikuwe rais. So he was able to make friends with people who treated him badly. I think we have a long way as human beings to learn from Raila Odinga's legacy. As I finish my tribute, I want to say, you know, we have seen where Raila Odinga's legacy lies. And I think as moving forward, and I want to declare here just a little bit of politics, Mzalendo. From now on, I used to be a Raila supporter since I knew politics in Kenya. I used to support Raila Odinga. From now on, as an individual, I do not have a dog in this fight. So whoever wants to run for president, whoever wants, whatever they want to do, I'm out. I think the person who believed in what I believed in has passed on, and the remaining people wajisort wenyewe. Kama ni Rigathi Gachagua atakuja kuchukua, I don't care. Kama ni Kalonzo atakuja kuchukua Maraga, I don't care. So whatever politics comes after Raila Odinga, let it sort itself. Thank you.
I think, Makiadi, that's very sad for you to end on that note, that your politics has died with Raila. Your politics cannot die. You are a politician by nature. You are born a politician. You love politics, and that's why you talk about politics. We also loved Raila Odinga, but he could not be with us for the rest of his life. He had to die at some point. So we must appreciate one thing that God has given us. God gave us the gift of life, and He is the one who can take it out at any time. So for politics, I think politics will be here with us the longest time, and you will be a contributor in the politics, either indirectly or directly. But you can't say that you'll be out of it. We need you to contribute and give the way forward. Raila would have loved most of his supporters to continue soldiering on with what he believed in. So if you had anything that you believed in that Raila gave you or you learned from him, then one is don't take politics personally. And secondly, he stood for the truth and justice. So you can pick any of those things and be the driving force on whoever you are going to choose as a leader. And apart from the presidency, you also have other representations like the MCA, the senators that you have to participate. So you need to look at the values of some of these politicians who are going to come in the future. If you are still going to support them, ni sawa. If you are going to kick them out, let's kick them out. Giovanni, you wanted to say something. Anaona malala, sawa, karibu.
No, I've been keenly listening to everyone, because you can't be listened to if you don't listen to others also. I just wanted us to take some time and also be able to understand where we are coming from as a nation, how our politics are played. First and foremost, most of our politics are tribal. Our bases are tribal. Our foundation are patriarchal. We If you have ever taken time to read Machiavelli, in particular that book of his called The Prince, you'll understand when he talks about ruling by principalities and ruling by the masses. In Kenya, the closest person we have ever seen being able to rule through the masses is Raila Odinga. But that's where he is, or where he was able to achieve 4 years ago, 3 years ago at 2022 on our last election. It has been a progressive journey. It's not where he started. He started as a tribal base, where he stood at Langata. He vied for Langata. Then he went to, if you remember, the first time he vied for the presidency, the majority of his votes were from his Nyanza base. Then the next election, I think he was able to cultivate more towards the western, the Luos, the Luyas, and the Kisis in the like. In particular, when he was pushing for the orange. For the orange movement. However, having said all that, it's also important for us to understand that the man was able to cultivate a more of a universal appeal. We may not say it was absolute, but we can say he was able to get beats and beats and beats and beats from mostly all through the country. What we got from president like Uhuru Kenyatta was more from the base. Kikuyu has, and by a large extension, the Mulima has a very big a voting block, has a very critical voting block. But Baba was able to consolidate his small base of the Nyanza as Luo. Then he was able to pull the Luyas and the coast and the northeastern Nairobi and in particular in Nairobi was able to get a nusu kwa nusu, and that basically propelled him in a very strong position as a national, one of the most appealed after a leader in the entire history of our nation. However, that does not diminish the fact that our politics, my brothers, are tribal. We believe in our kingpins. I wanted to answer Joseph in particular when he talks about Uhuru Kenyatta vis-a-vis Gachagua. Raila, the people of Mrima, they chose Ruto together with Gachagua, knowing that mtu anaitwa Uhuru was there. And even at that time, Uhuru was still very popular, but people still chose other people instead of Uhuru Kenyatta. So I don't think it is right to say that our kingpin is Uhuru Kenyatta. I would say he kind of controls a certain percentage in terms of influence, but on the ground, and the ground basically is not us, the middle class, or those people who ambao wamesoma kiasi ama wako exposed. It is basically those people on the ground, wale watu nakuta, we will call them in economics the underclass or the working class, and those are the people that are with Gachagua. And if the ground can be able to narrate the story by itself, you'll be able to see that when Gachagua is on the ground, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is a follower. Whether ako Mlimani, whether ako Nairobi, whether ameenda Kitui, Even I remember when he was in Western, the people were calling to be spoken for by the RDG. I'm not saying that Gachagua does not have his ills and his shortcomings. He does. I'm not here to say that Gachagua is a good person. None of our politicians is. Neither was even Baba. And if you recall properly, there are many things that everybody was saying, Baba is that, Baba is that. We were not always speaking the positives of Baba. Even the people who are shouting at their top of their voices today, in particular even the president, at a particular time in the past, they have spoken negatively regarding Raila Amolo Odinga. Why? Because he's human. It's not possible to be perfect as a human. Its own perfection is only God-given. Having said all that, I think it is also important for us to acknowledge that what we have it's the only thing that we got. And unless we change our narrative in terms of how we approach our politics and how we choose our governance, because the way we've chosen our governance is through the universal suffrage. The universal suffrage basically empowers Kina Wanjiku, Onyango, Omondi, Motua, the likes of each and every one of us to go back to go to the ballot and vote for our leader. So unless we chose that we are not using the democratic way of choosing our leaders, and we use the presidential, no, the parliamentary way, where now only there are few of who we have already chosen will be able to sit down and choose upon who we want our leader to be. Then up until that particular point, the only thing that we are left with is for us to agree that the only possible way for us is that we can only choose our leader through ourselves, and our only way is the universal suffrage. I would say that for the uninitiated, that politics and life, just as Moi said, that is siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. If our politics it will always be based upon personalities, that because if we start saying that Baba alikuwa mchawi, alikuwa mganga, Gachagua ni mukabila, every one of us at a particular time we have our ills. I'm not there to stand and castigate anybody, because one thing I realized about myself is that I'm not perfect. And for us to be able to engage constructively moving forward as a people, and in particular as a forum, is for us to be able to identify within our parameters how we need to engage ourselves and how do we move forward, and how do we rate, how do we criticize. Criticizing is also okay, but unilaterally proclaiming ultimatums, I don't think it is in the correct way of doing and engaging moving forward. I'm just saying in my own understanding.
It's all right. Thank you, Giovanni. Well, Jose has not spoken for a while, and
Do
Kevin.
you want me to rebut also? Because I want to rebut Giovanni.
Can
I
you say
spoke
something?
many things about what I said. I will start, Giovanni, by telling you I did not say Uhuru Kenyatta is the kingpin of the mountain. I think you did not listen to me well. What I said was clearly that I see a dictatorial move by Rigathi Gachagua. And one thing that I've noted, in Mount Kenya, we have a tendency of that thing. We are going back to the drawing board, which we did in 2022. Somebody came there and he started speaking, even not 2022, he started from 2018. He started telling you that you are the Wanjiko, you are the hustler, you are supposed to be using, you are supposed to be lifted up, I don't know, with bottom up, we don't know the hustler economics. He preached to them, he told them that I'm going to give you money that he was setting aside 50 billion, I don't know, for market fit, I don't know, another billion for what. He came and he told you all these things. And I think I'm not seeing any difference with what Gachagua is doing. That is the problem. Because he's going to come and tell you, Niko ground, I'm listening to you. I want to make sure that huyu mtu tulileta. Junior alituletea huyu mtu. Huyu mtu nilileta. Mimi mwenyewe nataka kuja niwatoe. But nimtoe. But the method anatumia is still the same method he was using in 2022. The one of saying, hapana, usikuchague huyu politician, chagua huyu. I think he was the one who came and told us that he campaigned for Wamombi. Wamombi is his member of parliament, who even impeached him. So when he comes and tells us he's imposing leaders, that is the only difference between me and Gachagua. There is where we go different topics. The other things he can be doing of telling us about what the government is doing, I support some of them. When he's saying the government has done this, I support him fully. But when it comes to you trying to be like you are the one who is stamping authority on leaders in the Mount Kenya, it has brought us so many problems. We have had those leaders that most of you, like the people like Giovanni, called Tokonias. Why are they calling them those names? Because we are brought for leaders who are not potentially good leaders. Because we have been pushed down our throats, being told Pigasuti. Pigasuti to a leader. You are not even checking the qualities of the leader. Then when this leader goes to parliament, he starts saying, I'm not here on your behalf. I'm here on the behalf of the president. What will you do with a leader like that one? There is nothing you can do. You need to suffer for the 5 years. That is what the Mount Kenya people are doing. They are suffering because of the mistakes they did. And they were clearly told, not even Uhuru, leave even Uhuru out of this picture. Mount Kenya people and the Kenyan at whole, they were told there is leaders who are going to come and deceive you. And most of these leaders you are going to elect in parliament. I remember one person called Matiang'i telling them clearly, you're going to elect drug dealers, you're going to elect money launderers in that parliament. And that is what we achieved. What is the difference? What are we seeing in the politics of Kenya? We have people who even don't care about you. Their work is just caring about their businesses. That's why they can bring draconian roads. They already passed a law just the other day, eight bills that are infringing your rights, that even now you cannot post anything on your social media. Who are the ones who passed that bill? It's not Ruto. Who passed them? I don't know even. We come to blame Ruto for everything. Why don't we first blame the people we put in that parliament? They are the ones who passed these laws. So I'm seeing the same system coming once more again. And I think people have been trying, they have been trying to be told once and twice, and I think even people are tired, because many people have been trying to tell people from my area, don't vote with emotions. These emotions, they cause too much problems to us in the near future. That is what happens. But if you settle down, look at the leaders you are going to elect. Look at your MP. Look at your MCA. Look at your senator. Some even have a senator who cannot even construct an English sentence, brother. That senator has gone there to do his work is to go and audit the county. How will he audit the county if the bills are coming written in English? How will he audit the county if he cannot speak in the same parliament? You hear, even he cannot construct, even Kiswahili itself is a problem to him. Then we say that we are moving forward. There's no forward, we are moving. Same shit we'll do. 2027, wait for the same shit. We'll have the same leaders. We'll not be having anything changing. But for the other legions, some of them, they are stopping this. They say, no, we need to change for the leaders. There's leaders who I really hold contentious bond with. They were brought and people knew these leaders were not going to change. They were brought because of all the hula baloo and all what we like, the yellow wave. And it's still going to happen like that. We are going to have now the green wave. It's going to be the green wave, because anybody who is not afuati Gachagua in the mountain, anawekwa chini, and we'll continue with the same system, and it will never end. That is a cycle of poverty which will never end. So I never said Uhuru is the Mount Kenya kingpin. I think even Uhuru is not interested in that Mount Kenya kingship. For what? He has been a president for 10 years. What will the kingship help him with? He's a statesman now. That is a statesman. He cannot even involve himself in Kikuyu politics. He has left already Kikuyu politics. Yes, he comes from Kikuyu, but he's not in that Kikuyu chapter anymore. That's why you don't see him himself even countering what Gachagua is saying. He's beyond that. He cannot even answer these junior politicians. He does not answer them. That's why you don't argue with Akina when Akina Ishugo are abusing him, Akina the other leaders who are abusing him. He does not engage with them. He knows where his level has reached. So that is what I wanted to tell you, Giovanni.
Actually, nikukate tu kidogo. The truth of the matter about Uhuru is that he also failed us as a Kikuyu and as a nation. We voted for the man so that he can be able to bring a lot of change, not only to our community, but also to the Kenyan community at large. And basically what he did is he took for granted so much that at the first 5 years of his reign, he was just cruising through the world, going to Formula One and ABCD. So I think even Uhuru is the least of persons to be able to even be talking on this platform, in my take.
Yeah, it's okay the way you put it, but you know, even Uhuru, the one you're saying is the least. You are the ones who voted for him, hiyo suti. So is the problem started from there. Ilianza kutoka hiyo wakati tunapiga suti.
Now we are veering off from the main conversation. And
I was about to say so. Yep.
Yeah, we are veering off from the main conversation. Our topic today was about Raila Odinga, and as we wind up this show this evening, I want the final remarks from my panelist here. Somebody posed a very interesting question for me. Suppose Raila Odinga was born in another country, maybe Ghana, Nigeria, would he have been the president? Yeah, I don't know how I can answer that particular question. I don't know whether there is democracy in any of these countries. Maybe in Ghana, Eriko, if Raila was in South Africa, born in South Africa, would he have been the president of South Africa?
What if he was born in Kikuyu? Would he have been a president? That is the question.
Was born in
That
Kikuyu.
is the question.
But you forget Raila was not hated in Kikuyuland. Raila hakuwa amechukiwa in Kikuyuland. What happened? Kikuyu, they never gave him the chance to be the president in terms of their votes.
Yeah,
but if you
there was a lot of brainwashing you.
Today, you know what happened? I was being shown a video where women in the Soko, they were watching the whole scenario and the whole procession and the whole funeral service of Raila Odinga. You think they were watching him because they hate him? It's not that they hate Raila. I have been to meetings where women went and said, "Hey, ni Raila anakuja, wacha tuende tukamuone," because they want to see Raila. It's not that they hated him, but I think they hated the things that they were being told, you know. I think at some point in my community, some of the things we were told, they really messed up our lives. I think even me, I came to realize that they are messing me up in 2017. And I decided first to start changing. That's why even in 2022, I gave him my vote. I gave Raila because I saw.
Joseph, suppose he was a Kikuyu. That is what Muzalendo is asking. Could he have been a president?
Raila?
Because the problem, what is the Luos are asking is, Baba has not been the president because basically most of the vote that Kikuyu has been voting has been majorly against him.
But I don't think only Kikuyus have been voting in that election.
What you are not being told by many Luos is that Luos feel that Kikuyus denied Raila the presidency.
Yes. For the longest election,
for the longest time, and that is the word in the streets that, you know, these are the community that stole the election, and even as we move forward, I think the Luo community, majority of them have not come into terms that Kikuyus never had an hand in any of Raila's election defeats, but they know very well that Raila, if were not the Kikuyus blocking him from being the president, he would have been a president in 2007. That is a fact. Yeah, he would have been the president in 2007. His victory was stolen in broad daylight when Kibaki was sworn in by Martha Karua and Justice Gisheru. Yeah, I think he was sworn in. He was sworn in while the elections counting was still going on. So
Yeah,
that was a victory. Yeah, that was a victory that was stolen from him. So they will squarely. I don't know how the Kikuyu will escape from this, but they will always be blamed by the Luo community that they were part of these arrangements to deny Raila Odinga his
True.
victory. Yeah, so that is a fact. So we might see.
Mzalendo,
Yeah.
Mzalendo, to add on to that is that they had, we Kikuyus had an opportunity from the last election to amend and make things right, but we did not. Yet still we did not.
Yeah,
Mzalendo, let me chip in a little bit.
Can you say something, Makedi?
Yeah, let me chip in a little bit here. I think there's one thing here that we are forgetting. Kenya is a democracy. Whether we like it or not, Kenya is a democracy. And I don't think we can blame a whole community for not voting for an individual. I think people have a choice to who they want to vote for. So that's why we go to the ballot, and you are given a ballot, your own ballot. You go to the box. You mark whoever you want to elect as your leader. So we cannot balkanize one community and say that this community denied an individual from ascending to power. However, I should also emphasize that the system, there's something in African politics which we call, quote unquote, the system. There's if the Kenyan system was friendly to Raila Odinga, then we can say he would have been president maybe in 2007. However, there was that clique of individuals, top hierarchy individuals in the country, who felt that maybe this was not the right candidate for us at this moment. And that is why, we had whatever happened, and we saw Mwai Kibaki being sworn in at night. So there are people who live in Mount Kenya. There are people who, have supported Raila Odinga for a long time. They voted for him. But the question we should be asking ourselves, and I think this is a discussion that we've had for a long time here, is, did their vote count? So, for example, if we are moving to a point where we feel like, your vote should be effective in selecting a leader, then we should also have institutions that work in fairness to all the candidates that run for these positions. Because there was a person who I read, a few days ago, and he said, alienda kwa polling station fulani. I don't want to mention the place here in Alisema. And he said he voted for Raila Odinga. I'm going specifically to mention the person he voted for. He voted for Raila Odinga. Then when it came to announcing the election results, Raila Odinga did not receive even a single vote from that polling station. Which means mwananchi anafanya kazi yake ya kupiga kura. Then there are people who do not believe that your vote matters. And that is why they go ahead and announce the results the way they want. And we have this problem even moving forward, because right now people are, realigning themselves and giving their supporters hope that when you vote in mass, the election is not going to be stolen. I can assure you, right now, Ruto is the most weak president that has ever been in that throne. Kwa hiyo kiti, hakuna president yeyote amewahi kuwa vulnerable kama William Ruto. But the question we should be asking ourselves, most of us here do not support William Ruto. Even when Raila Odinga joined William Ruto, I came to this show and I said, I do not support William Ruto, and I cannot support William Ruto just because Raila Odinga joined hands with him. Now we should be asking ourselves, 2027, what means are we going to use to bring change in our country? Is it an election? From where I sit, I don't think the ballot is going to help remove Ruto out of office.
Yes, exactly. Can I just jump in and say something?
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to say something, Eriko, before you enter. I wanted to answer something that Makiadi has said very clearly. You have been told, Makiadi has explained to you what really happened. You know, people always say that Kikuyu stole the votes for Raila. Makiadi has explained to you that a certain clique of people saw that the Raila presidency was not a good presidency for them, but they had power. So Giovanni came here and said that in Kenya, everything goes back to tribal. You remember Giovanni saying every tribe goes back to tribal? So I'm asking you a question, a very simple question. Do you think that Kalenjin nation will leave Ruto 2022 alone? They will not vote for him for a second term. They can never refuse to vote for him because that is what happened in 2007. The Kikuyu people fell back to their community the same way Giovanni was saying here. They supported Kibaki to the last man because they wanted him back in office because he was going for the first or the second term. But Raila won the election. What happened initially is the clique of people who are there, they refused to hand over power to him. Not Kikuyu who refused to hand over power to him. Mimi sikukataa Raila akuwe president. It's the clique of people who
kina Matere Kireri, kina
the people who are there surrounded with power. Ndio walikataa akuwe president. And then when it comes to the other times,
Joseph is not Matere.
Si mimi nimesema Matere, ni mzalendo amesema Matere. Yeah, I was saying
you are not Matere.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. There is a certain clique of people, you know them, the one they were calling business community. Mnawajua wanajitaga business community and sort of things. They saw that they were feeling infringed with Raila presidency. Then when we come to 2013, the system changed. We got now another one of Kalenjin and Kikuyu joining together. So it has been like that. But I think also our people have been, on both sides, the Kikuyu side, they have been indoctrinated, they have been mind wiped. And also in the Luo nation, they have been mind wiped because the Luo nation, they were given a narrative in 1969, after Jaramogi left. Then the Kikuyu people were given another narrative. So we were given two narratives. These two is a group of people, a clique that started in Kenyatta era. They tried to divide these two communities because there were the two communities with higher people who had higher power. You look at the like of Akina Tomboya, look at the like of Akina, all the leaders, if you check, most of the leaders were coming from Kikuyu and Luo nation. So I felt that clique of people, Akina Jonjo, who are there, they felt very, ni kama hiyo power ikipotea kwao watasikia kama wame, if Jaramogi could come with his own people, ni kama wangewaipiwa wote. So I think this is just brainwashing of our communities, which I hoped would have never happened in 1969, and is what is eating us still now. Inatukula mpaka saa hizi hapa tumefika. And it's so unfortunate.
Eriko, come in and say something. Naona yani hii conversation is becoming more interesting. People are bringing different perspective of everything that has happened in Kenya. I know you want to say something. I just wanted to add something that has just come in. From every speaker that spoke in Raila's funeral, everyone apart from Sifuna was leaning towards the broad-based government. They were talking about, it was about William Ruto and what he has done. So that will be the narrative moving forward, including Ida Odinga. Every other person who spoke said the good things about the government. We agree that William Ruto did so much. But moving forward, these politicians will be worshipping William Ruto. I can tell you that for free. Eriko, karibu.
Yeah, just to add to that, that's true because that's why earlier on nilisema Ruto is not actually doing this out of his own willingness, that the love for Bab and ODM. Yeah, he's very strategically looking towards 2027. and appealing to the masses in Nyanza. So that's why he went all the way and granted a state funeral and, playing politics with Baba's death. So I just hope that people won't be gullible enough to ati hiyo kurudisha mkono in 2027 to say that jamaa he stood with our son, we must vote him back. I think that's why Tukama Sifuna was standing up there and reminding Watu that this is what Baba said. Baba said, we've not made any commitments beyond 2027. We've only agreed on that's why he was referring back to the 10-point plan, walikuwa wameongea between UDA and ODM. Nothing to do with coalition, nothing to do with supporting Ruto in 2027 election. So that being said, Kenyan politics, let's come back to the elections. If you talk about Kenyan elections, there's never really anything wrong with the voting. That's why Unonata, whenever these people from the European Union observers, they come and they see everyone queuing and voting peacefully. The problem lies in when they start counting and transmitting. Because the voting is peaceful. Because our Zungu, after you vote and the election was peaceful, they take wanaenda. And then the election gets stolen during the counting and the transmission. So that's where the problem is. So the voice of the people has never been, let's say, let me just add this. The only free and fair election in Kenya was the one in 2002, ile Moi and the surrogate alitolewa. That was the only free and fair election. The ones after, there was always manipulation. From 2007, that was just outright robbery. 2013 itself was shady. 2017, the same. No wonder it was annulled. So removing an incumbent through the ballot in Kenya is very, very difficult. That's why Ruto Mwenye is very confident that even without the numbers, vile Studio they so wanachestampo wakisema hata isipotoshea tutajazia, because they know that's how the system works in Kenya. Kura isipotoshea tunajazia. So that is what the problem with every election cycle. I remember, let's take it back to I think 2013. After that, they spoke about the electoral laws being changed and amended, and to make the playing field level. But everything else after election, what wanna people go back to the same old, okay, let's continue with life, let's accept and move on, and then we go to the next election with the same laws that we complained about previously. Hata sahi, we are heading into 2027. Those election laws are still the same. The ones that caused the issues in 2013, 2017, 2022, they're still there. They've never been fixed. So how do you expect that we're going to remove Ruto from the ballot through, from the seat through the ballot with the same laws that are defective? Yeah, that's my.
Yeah. Zalendo, you're on mute.
I think that's a very good point to wind up this show. Makiadi.
Yes, let me.
I know you have something to say.
Najua unataka kukata hii show, lakini wacha niseme haraka haraka.
Endelea. Tuwezi kata kama bado uko na kitu ya kusema.
A couple of consequences. Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of things that might, will happen moving forward. Number one, ODM will disintegrate. I can tell you for free, and I agree with all panelists hapa ambao wamesema ODM does not have a life after Raila Odinga. That's a fact. And we have already seen, people have started pulling in different directions. There is the younger, MP group that wants to go into a different direction, and there are the old MPs that want to pull the direction that probably William Ruto is advocating for. So there's a high chance, maybe 90% and above, that ODM will not survive, probably past, and I think maybe even before the 2027 elections. So one thing that you'll see, I think William Ruto will try as much as possible to use his resources to try and put the party together, ODM party together. I've seen people joking and suggesting that probably William Ruto will run on ODM. I don't know how that is possible, but I think it is to Ruto's advantage if he can try to, put that party together, make them stick together and sing his chorus. And I know with the ambitions that are, already coming out of ODM, I don't think that's going to be a possibility. Now, let's look at the other side, the so-called united opposition. Giovanni, Joseph here have spoken about the alternative leadership. And I am not sure, Mzalendo, I am not sure, and that's just my opinion. I am not sure when I look at the people that are calling themselves the united opposition. I am not sure we have a caliber of a leader that is able to take William Ruto as a candidate by the horns. Sijui kama hiyo kizungu imeingia. Mimi sioni kama kuna kiongozi. Unajua najaribu
yani wewe Makiadi huoni hata Kalonzo, yani Kalonzo vile anakuja vizuri.
It is good to be honest. It is good to be honest. Mimi nimeangalia watu wote wanajiita united opposition. Sioni kama kuna, wacha tutumie mwanaume ambaye ako na ratili mbili ambaye atang'ang'ana na Ruto amtoe kwa hiyo kiti. Sijaona
na Gachagua.
Mimi nimesema mwanaume, sijaona mwanaume ambaye ako na ratili mbili ambaye atatoa William Ruto kwa hiyo kiti. Sijaona, labda kuna mwingine ambaye politics is about kuficha kadi zako. Labda wametufichia kadi, sisi hatujui. We are just watching. Sisi tunaangalia tu, Giovanni, sisi tunaangalia tu, lakini mimi
wewe Mzalendo. Wacha nikate Makiadi kidogo.
Yani hata majenzi aone kama majenzi.
Wacha hata nikate kidogo. Nimuulize tu swali moja
Yes.
Kama the opposition is not a phenomenon as of now and the support of the Gen Z, then kwa nini yeye anababaika? Kuna mtu amesema hapa, sijui ni Joseph ama ni Eriko, amesema that there has never been a weak president in our entire republic, in our entire history, like what we have right now through mtu anaitwa William Ruto. Ruto sahi hana powers, inabidi kwanza lazima jaribu kubembelezana, kununuana, kufanya nini. He lacks that authority. So when you are saying that hakuna mtu anaweza toa Ruto mali yuko sahi, then kwa nini ashinde akibabaika? Kwa nini ashinde akibembeleza Wajaluo usiku na mchana akiwapatia tokens? Kwa nini ananunuanga watu right and left and center? Hapo tu ndio swali yangu.
Haya, sawa. I think mimi nilikuwa nimesema I know he's vulnerable saizi. William Ruto is very vulnerable as we speak right now. But I can tell you this. Unajua watu kuna kizungu ingine, sometimes si kizungu inakuanga.
Mzalendo nipatie chance nijibu Richi.
Yes, kidogo Jose. Kuna kizungu ingine inaongeangu hapa inasema the less of two evils. So from my own point of view, I am looking at the people ambao wanasema they are going to take on William Ruto in the 2027 election. Na ninaangalia, I cross my eyes kwa hiyo group namna hii. I can tell you, na tutakuja kuongea hapa siku nyingine, by the time we get to 2027, this group itakuwa imesambaratika yote, simply because these people are all ambitious, kitu ya kwanza. And then number two, there is no voice of reason kwa hawa watu, mtu ambaye anaweza leta people outside his community together. Sijaona mtu kama huyo. And for you to win the presidency in Kenya, you do not just have to need the support of your community. You also have to be a person that can go to Muzalendo's kijiji, uongee nao, wakupigie kura. And hizi zote kuna kwa economics inasemanga Mzalendo, do we say paribas, ceteris paribas ama nini, all factors constant. Kuna kizungu hapo. Giovanni, what is that?
Hiyo umesema.
All factors constant. Na hiyo all factors,
ceteris
paribas, correct. All factors constant hapa tunaona ni kwamba kama election commission itafanya kazi yake IEBC. Nikiangalia ninaona these people, they are not organized, number one, they do not have the resources, number two, alafu number three, I think hata tukisema ya kwamba William Ruto is vulnerable right now, you cannot underestimate him, because this guy will be going for a second term, and I'm telling you, I can assure you, this guy will use all possible means to win an election.
Makiadi, I want to answer you, and I want to start to answer you from the. I want to give another narrative. That you said maybe you see ODM disintegrating. It will break up. And me, what I foresee is a ODM that will kick out members who are not towing the party line. So if they kick out members who are not towing the party line, what will happen? I think that party will remain centralized in one region. That will be the cause and the result. Because if you clearly heard at the speech that was given in Nyayo, you could clearly tell the people who are at Nyayo what they were feeling about this government. But it is very contrary with the feeling that the people in Kisumu are feeling about this government. You could clearly tell with the crowd. The crowd in Nairobi, even when they passed the bishop, I'm not talking even about politicians, when the bishop was talking about corruption and how leaders have been looting money in this administration and other places, you could hear people were cheering and telling even the bishop, Igwe, because there is something that the Nairobi people are feeling that the Kisumu people are not feeling. That's why I came first with that point. And I'm telling you clearly, if that is going to happen, I'm seeing a scenario where even ODM will be having a very hard time in Nairobi as a county, in terms of governorship and in terms of senatorial and even certain MPs. So I'm seeing a scenario where ODM will remain to be a region-based party, which will remain only having roots in not even Nyanza, because Kisii is not Nyanza, is also Nyanza. Kisii and Nyamira is also Nyanza. So we are saying in the tunaitagaje Mzalendo, the Homa Bay and inaitagwa what part of Nyanza, South Nyanza ama wanaitaje?
Kisii, and that's Nyanza, or the western region. Unasema Nyanza.
Luo
Nyanza. Yeah, I was finding that name, Luo Nyanza. So it seems a scenario where it will remain to be a Luo Nyanza party, because I'm seeing where a planning of where these coastal region leaders are coming with a party. You already know the eastern leaders, the northeastern leaders already have a party. They have already formed that party. I don't called UDM, which had become which was in a Azimio coalition. So I'm seeing a scenario of where ODM will remain to be a Luo Nyanza party, and it will be very unfortunate because they're fighting in between them. Like Sifuna is not a Luo, Sifuna is a Luya. So imagine Sifuna is kicked out of the party. What will happen? The repercussions will be even dire and consequential, because you see people like Akina Otsotsi, they will not be happy about. I see Otsotsi was a very good friend of Sifuna. Even though he talked today about broad-based, I can see a tendency where Sifuna ametolewa. And I'm telling you, kama Sifuna, they can need together with those people in the Western, I think it can be a shock because you see what Natembea and other people are doing repercussions in Nyahai Western. Then I wanted to come about Makiadi Richie, who said that in the united opposition you don't see any leader, and I want him to start this one by here. In 2002, the Kenyans gave the presidential to a person who was told Kibaki Tosha. There you can say that Raila was supporting him, and he had the good support within him, and he won the elections. And in 2007, we know what happened. But I will come to 2013. 2013, who thought that Uhuru Kenyatta could have come and defeated Raila Odinga, who had just come from becoming a prime minister, and after having achieved to bring the new constitution and everything, all the bets and the odds were for Raila Odinga. In 2022, who would ever thought that Ruto could have come and beaten the system? Ile mlikuwa mnasikia mnaita deep state. Who could have thought that Ruto angekuja ati sambaratish? You know, even people are not believing that Ruto ameshinda your elections because some of them were saying deep state iko. Even others even did not go to vote. Some were saying deep state iko itacheza na hizi kura na nini. So in a 2027 scenario, don't ever put somebody down. Huyu Kalonzo watu wanaona akiwa hawezi kufanya kitu. I think you saw today. If you look at the picture, you know, politics is very telling. Politics is a game of perception, and it is shown towards you. And everything in politics happens with a reason. You see where Kalonzo was seated. Kalonzo was seated in the front lines of the row of where we can say the who is who, the front line where the president was. Unaona hiyo front line alikuwa amekaa Kalonzo. Where was Matiang'i seated? Where was Madhakarua seated? So even in politics, you need to take the small things. I heard Alex saying about the small things. Mazalendo watu walikuwa wamesahau about mtoto wa the late nani.
Fidel.
The late Fidel. Yeah. The small details, just take them and you'll note something is happening. Just look at where Kalonzo is, and he came and talked on behalf of the united opposition. When he was talking, and he said that
Matiang'i is here.
Yeah, so it means inamaanisha nani ana flag bear. It is just open. It is open for you to interpolate. Now Kalonzo ni atakuwa akiwave hiyo flag. I'm telling you here for free. Matiang'i might be a deputy to Kalonzo. Unajua nani hawezi kukubali kuwa deputy tena. Gachagua hawezi kubali hiyo trap tena. Cannot become a deputy to anyone anymore. Also, he cannot like to go to become a deputy anymore. Maybe he wants a higher, maybe I don't know what he wants. But I'm telling you, even if they don't have something that they can, even if you can see they will integrate, something must bring them together. And I'm telling Richie, don't forget, you are saying maybe somebody, they don't have funds. Don't forget, the same Uhuru was the same guy who was talking with Kalonzo in Nyayo about the barrier, and they were talking. You could see what they were talking. Even he went to greet him. Imagine Uhuru itoka pale alikuwa ameketi kuenda kupatana na Kalonzo. So there's some things which have been cooked, and I think Uhuru does not like the presidency of Ruto. It's very seen. It's seen. Inaonekana Uhuru hapendi presidency ya Ruto. Inaonekana Mazalendo. Inaonekana
maybe mimi hao watu mimi siwaamini siku hizi, but anyway,
huwezi amini mtu mzalendo, hatuwezi waamini sisi wote, but for Uhuru ni kama ifichikagi. Ya Uhuru ifichikagi, uso yake inaoneshanaga ifichikagi. But all you know,
Mzalendo, can I chip in?
Guys, I know you want to chip in, but chip in as we close. Chip in as we close.
Okay.
Chip in as we
although ukiona imeshika unaachilia, kwa sababu kuna kati tunatafutanga quorum. You know that.
Wacha tuachilie basi.
So see Joseph akona story. So my take is this, first and foremost, and I want us to go back to our roots, who we are, how we do things. First and foremost, our identity basically runs around our tribes. However, how much unasoma, hata ukienda upate university, upate madegree, upate pesa, you always go back to your tribal cocoons. In a way, I think it is because the same way vile God was saying, teach the child in the ways of the Lord. Even after amekoma, he will always come back to those teachings. The same way we were taught through the tribal understanding. We grew up within that understanding. Later tunakuja tuna intermingo na kina Mzalendo na kina Joseph na wale wengine, but at the end of the day we always go back to who we were. So what I can say in a nutshell is Joseph might be right, might be wrong, but the truth of the matter is this. Or even he knows, he is a Kikuyu, he knows what we usually say in our Kikuyu language, that Mudhuri athiaga na indo ciake. What basically we mean, it's a phrase in Kikuyu land that mzee anaendanga na mali yake. However, how much you always come back, however, how much you usually come back and try and redo what the mzee was trying to do, it is not possible. Then the game usually happens is zile mali yote huo mzee alikuwa nayo zimeenda na zinaenda. What I'm looking for, what I'm expecting ODM to happen, what I'm expecting to happen in ODM is that ODM inaenda kusambaratika, inaenda kuisha, na itaisha vile nyinyi mnafikiria inaisha. Itaisha na kuenda into alal kulala, unaona. Hawatafukuza watu vile mnafikiria watafukuza, but what vile watafanya, watasema wanawa discipline, na katika discipline, kwa sababu the moment watasema wanawafukuza, ita create another disturbance in the party na another rifts ndani ya party, na watataka hivyo. So wataweka kando, watawaambia wanawapatia suspension ABCD blah 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 blah, but those are the tales of a dying party. Lastly, what basically happens about our parties being tribal. Hebu angalia kama ile ya mtu anaitwa Matiba, ilikuwa inaitwa Ford Asili. Ford Asili ilikufa na Matiba. Kibaki PNU ilikufa na Kibaki. Uhuru ilikufa na TNA na Jubilee zilikufa na wakati ule Kibaki na Uhuru alikuwa naenda. So basically, when there has to be a shift, majorly is because our parties are not put forward and are not founded against principles and ideas and ideals, but basically they are just driven by personalities. Odinga was a big personality, if to say the least. So basically wakati ule alikuwa nasema huyu ndiye anaenda kuchaguliwa huku, and when you could hear them rise up and say, mimi nilishikwa mkono na baba na akasema mimi ndio naenda kusimama, mimi sikuwa na mbele wala nyuma, baba akasema niende usimame pale, nilikuwa nimenyimwa ticket nikaenda nikapewa. All of them, they apportion their well-being and their success in politics through baba. So basically ODM, and everybody knows, in particular you Mzalendo, you're a victim of high-handedness in terms of the rank and file in the ODM. The truth of the matter is ODM lazima itajaribu kujifanya reinvention, and who is there to reinvent ODM? The people who can reinvent ODM are the likes of Sifuna, are the likes of Babu. That's why unakuta baba hakuwa anataka kutupa Sifuna ama Babu mbali, but what happens at the same time, he was still close to the people who were there and who made him to be who he is, because also in as much as he gave, he also received, you know. So for me, ni kujibu tu nilikuwa najibu Joseph. That's my take.
Kitu moja mimi nitawaambia tu nikipata shot, hata sitaongea kitu kingine. But just one thing I want to tell you, Raila hakupewa chama, hata yeye alienda akajitafutia chama, hata hao wajitafutie chama. That is what Raila did. Hata hao waende wajitafutie chama, wajitengenezee chama yao.
Yeah, Mzalendo, let me close by saying this. I think I want to clarify my statement here. When I look at the united opposition, There's no doubt that they have the ability to win members of parliament in their regions. That's a guarantee. That's given. Everybody has mobilized their ethnic alliances to an extent where they can win, a substantial amount of members of parliament from their regions, MCAs, and governors. But we understand very well, for somebody to be the president, you have to win 25 plus counties in Kenya. Number two, you have to win 50 plus 1 of the votes, majority votes. I am looking right now, and I want to reiterate this, I am looking at the united opposition right now. There is no doubt that if they come together and come up with one candidate to run against William Ruto, they'll have a substantial amount of influence in parliament. That one is given, that is guaranteed. Now, on the other side, all these people, if you look at them, I want you to point me to one person who you think can go to the constituent ambayo ilikuwa ina support Raila Odinga na aweze kuvuna kura kama either zile William Ruto anatarajiwa kuvuna ama kama zile Raila Odinga alikuwa anavuna. I don't see one. And you see, the only thing yenye inapiganiwa saa hii ni constituency ya Raila Odinga politically.
There's one person who can do that, Makiadi, and that is Babu Owino.
I don't take Babu Owino as a serious politician. I'm sorry about that. sorry to say that, but I don't think...
Makiadi, umesema you are looking at the constituents of Baba. You know the constituents of Baba is not only Luo Nyanza. It's very big.
No. I did not... Exactly, just very good. I did not mention Luo Nyanza. I specifically said constituency Raila Odinga. We know where Raila Odinga's main support.
We know Raila Odinga's strong.
Yes, we know. Kila mtu anajua, Jose. Kila mtu anajua Raila Odinga's support haikuwa ni Luo Nyanza peke yake. We know.
That's why I was saying,
we know Turukana, we know all that. So I'm saying, I'm looking at the alliances zenye zimeundwa. And to be honest, I don't see mtu ambaye anatry ku reach out kwa hii constituency ambayo ilikuwa yani, there's nobody who has the aura, wacha nitumie jina ya kufikia hiyo.
You know what I'm saying, Makiadi, like they're trying to do? Wanajaribu kupata leaders from these certain communities one by one. That's why you see they are trying to mentor the people.
Unaona ile kitu mimi, this is my observation, and Makiadi, you bring a very good point. There's nobody who is trying to reach out in this other constituency. Same hata Central ukiangalia vizuri, nobody is really trying to reach out in Central. Wamewachia Gachagua hiyo.
Yeah, even Ruto.
Now, even in Rift Valley, the Kalenjin community, nobody is trying to reach out to this apart from wanasiasa kidogo wanaenda Masaini kidogo, but they don't reach out to the Kalenjin community. The reason is that 2027 is a very unique election. 2027 is going to be a tribal election. Part of it will be very, very tribal.
Yeah. I agree, Mzalendo.
And the alliances that we are going to see.
True, and I support it.
Now, the only breaking factor in the elections in 2027 is this other generation that is being the government is now saying, our Chukui Kura, the Gen Zs. Those are the only people who are going to break the tie in 2027, because Central will vote for Rigiji. Kalonzo will come with his wiper, Ayoni Wakamba, Tupu. Whether they are in Mombasa, whether they are in Ukambani or another environments, they will come with that. Now, what William Ruto was really fighting for is that Raila Odinga will come up with his voting block for Luo Nyanza. He was not even looking at the cost, no. He was looking at Luo Nyanza voting block. Can he really get it? Now, with his absence, he's really going to struggle to make sure that this ODM, the Luo Nyanza supporters of Raila and supporters of broad-based government, they may remain in the broad-based government at all costs.
Na mzalendo pia uchukue Luo Nyanza in diaspora. Juu Nairobi ni Luo Nyanza in diaspora. So
Yeah,
kuna Luo Nyanza in Nairobi.
even if you talk to the Luo people in the diaspora, because I'm in many of these forums, if you talk to them, the only thing that they tell you is that William Ruto has brought the development in our region and we are going to support him. You see that kind of talk. They don't look at anything beyond that. Now, with everything constant, the way Makiadi has put it, that with everything constant the way it is, there has to be somebody who is breaking up this tie, and it is that young generation. That is the most feared generation, and it is the generation that has got the popular vote. How the majority voters in 2027, musidanganywe, even if no, hiyo ni government, I can tell you for free that that is a government propaganda being peddled. Millennials and Gen Zs wakishikana, that's the end of William Ruto's government, and they know it. So hizi vitu zote the government deals with data, wako na NSS, wako na kila kitu. If you see an investment that William Samoei Ruto is putting on political parties and trying to get people on his side, it is a huge investment. Now, if you see him curtailing the social media and passing a law, draconian laws, that they want to curtail the social space that here we enjoy. Fortunately, sisi tuko huku. But maybe the Kenyan people on the other side might not see this signal at the end of the day. That is what he's cutting. Because he knows that whatever the civic education Makiadi, Giovanni, and Jose you are giving out to the people is so important to them. They learn a lot from these particular shows other than the mainstream media. The mainstream media cannot go on with this kind of dialogue where we talk facts the way they are without any kind of bias. So that is the danger that William Samoei Ruto's government is having. Now, there is also a rumor that, William Samoei Ruto was, even before Raila was buried, he was planning on the takeover of ODM by Gladys Wanga. So that was also in the card that is being played. So ODM will remain in captivity under William Ruto. And Mama Ida is already on William Ruto's side after the state kind of burial that the husband was given. Hawezi ambia huyo mama kitu yote. Hawezi mwambia huyo mama kitu yote.
But one thing I've noted is also looking for Kalonzo. If today they could have not given Kalonzo the chance to speak, you know what could have happened tomorrow, because tomorrow is today. No, today is Mashujaa Day. What could have been the reaction in Ithokwe Stadium if today they could have not given Kalonzo the chance to speak? I think also he's going after, now because Baba is there, even if he gets the Luo Nyanza vote, he needs to up it a bit more so that he can be clearly the winner. I think he's also going for Kalonzo. And I think he's trying to pamper him. I think ndio alikuwa amesema ataenda state visit ya Ukambani, but you know what happened this week.
No, Kalonzo has played his cards very well. He has been, let me tell you, the only politician who has been consistent is Kalonzo. Whether he's been doing, I don't know what he has been doing, but he's been consistent with whatever. Kama yeye ni mwoga, he has been consistent in kuwa na hiyo uoga yake, and he has remained loyal to the opposition and to the Wiper Party. He has not veered off from what he believes in. And if you hear Kalonzo talking, he always talks about Azimio, yeye na baba waliungana, he always talks like he's on the other side. He's not talking like he wants to be part of the government. And just give him credit where it's due. Kalonzo has played the opposition politics very, very well. He might not be your aggressive, usual politician like Raila Odinga, but I think as time is going, you are realizing that he has got more charisma. He's more vigor. Or lately, if you listen to his kind of statements, is becoming more authoritative. And that is what people wanted to see from Kalonzo Musyoka. The only thing that he should avoid is ni kukimbizwa, anakimbizwa kwa msituni na some actors wanatengeneza promo. That one he should shy away from, because one, William Samoei Ruto is a shrewd, smart politician. You have to know.
Mzalendo, what I used to think Kitambo, hello?
Yes.
What I used to think Kitambo is what you have said, that that Ruto was a shrewd and he was an astute politician, but I don't think so. Me, I think the person who helped this guy to become who he was is Gachagua. Take Gachagua out of take from the first day that these people started separating themselves from one another, and you can see a total downturn in terms of Ruto direction. Ukiangalia vizuri utaona wakati ule walikosana, utaona there has been a consistent problem. Myriads and myriads of problems have been cropping up right, left, and center. Unaangalia unaona things have not been working kutoka arrangement ya serikali kama SHA, project za serikali kama ni hii na ile na ile ingine.
Giovanni, usipatie Gachagua hiyo credit yote bwana. Huyu jamaa alikuwa businessman bwana.
Give me time to say my piece.
No, you know me, we are supposed to end, and you have said some points.
So hata mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongezea kwa hiyo Giovanni. I think Giovanni, you are overestimating.
That is giving that guy too much credit bwana. Which is not there. Huyo jamaa is not worth that credit. Huyo jamaa unajua jamaa mpaka huyo jamaa came in the last minute of Ruto's campaign.
Yes,
he came in the last minute.
Let's agree this, Giovanni.
Me, I think vile mnasema ati Ruto ati I don't think so.
No, you see, Giovanni, there's one agreement hapa. Kuna kitu ambayo we are going back to ile kitu tulikuwa naongea hapo mbeleni. Kuna kitu tulikuwa nasema hapa. Hii election hata William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua kushinda, hata wale sisi tulikuwa supporters wa baba hatukuamini, because hatukuwa we looked at the parts zote zenye wangetumia kupata kiti, tukasema haiwezekani. And you remember very well, we are talking about good electoral practices. Na ile full scap, na itaga full scap yenye Chebukati alitoa kwa koti, ndio ilifanya William Ruto akakuwa president. You see, everybody mpaka saizi hajawahi jua William Ruto alishinda na kura ngapi, na Raila Odinga alishindwa na kura ngapi.
Swali yangu ni moja nataka nikuulize. Look, kutoka watu waachane na wakosane. The only star which has been rising has been Gachagua. The only star which has been going downward has been Ruto.
Giovanni, do you know you don't know things have been going wrong because you are in that government? Sisi tumejua hii mambo imekuwa wrong kutoka 2022.
You are talking
we have been knowing these things from 2023. Nimejua hizi ndio umejua Kenyan shilling ilikuwa 150. Ilikuwa 159. 2023 Gachagua akiwa kwa serikali Kenyan shilling ilikuwa 159. So it's not the difference that has been made. It is still the same shit they brought to us, Gachagua and Ruto. Because nasikia mtu kupewa hiyo credit. Hiyo jamaa kupewa credit. The only credit I can give him, amejaribu kutuambia zile maukweli walikuwa wanafanya na Ruto. Zile vitu walikuwa wanatuiba. Si alikuja baadaye akamwambia ati kulikuwa na pesa kwa in the government treasury. Si mlikuwa mmesema
we have to
that guy should not be given credit of something he has not done. Huyo jamani sikia kwa credit na kusilika.
Mwisho dakika mbili
bwana Mzalendo, dakika mbili. Hiyo imetuasha sana bwana ya Gachagua.
Gachagua apendi na watu wengine bwana.
I'll tell you this.
Si kupendwa, hapana, si mambo na kupendwa, ni kusema ukweli. Huyu jamaa alikuja at the last minute ya Ruto ile. Ruto was already famous bwana.
Sasa nyamaza kidogo, Makiadi amalize ndio wengine alafu umalize na Giovanni.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Yangu ni Giovanni, kuna vitu mingi sana unapatia, umetuambia wakati alitoka sijui serikali ya William Ruto. To begin with, hii serikali imeanza na shida kuanzia day one. Mimi kama as an observer, I have never seen a worst run government kama ya William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua. And it is very difficult kusema saa hizi ati Rigathi Gachagua star yake ina shine.
inaenda juu, ina shine wapi? Not even outside is if Rigathi Gachagua anaenziwa nyumbani peke yake because his politics ni za mtu wangu. Akitoka nje anaenda mahali kwa Kalonzo na kurudi. Kama Rigathi Gachagua angekuwa mtu ambaye anataka kuwa president ama ako na nyota ya kukuwa president, angeng'ang'ana ku reach out to other communities, alete other leaders waweze kuongea the same language. Unfortunately, Rigathi Gachagua is not that kind of a person. Rigathi Gachagua mimi naweza sema namna hii, and I'm not against it, but I don't think Rigathi Gachagua has a national agenda. What he is fighting for is just to get back at William Ruto, na hiyo ndio kitu ita cost the opposition the presidency, because these people are not giving people an alternative. Ukiuliza the so-called united opposition ni nini mnaenda kufanyia Kenya, they do not have an agenda. Hii lugha tunarudianga, what is the agenda that the united opposition has for the people? Hawana. So wacha tuseme namna hii, even if they come together, there's only one thing yenye inaweza fanya they have a stab at the presidency, na hiyo ni kupea mtu ambaye probably hajawahi run for president, because people want to see new things. Hakuna mtu anakatanga kitu mpya. Kitu mpya ni kitu inakufurahisha. If you give us the same lineup ya our politicians wenye wamefail when they had the power, unajua kila wakati nakaanga nikiona Rigathi Gachagua akienda kwa ofisi saa 11 asubuhi wakati kulikuwa na maandamano, ndio atume polisi kupiga watu risasi kwa street. So some of us have not forgotten about these things. We know these people. The only thing they don't have right now is power. But once they get into these offices, they are the same people kama wenye wako saa hii. Unless there's new blood kwa hii inaitwa opposition, unless they have something new ya kuoffer Kenyans, then they cannot win this presidency. Asante.
All right.
Mzalendo, my
Joseph?
2 minutes also. So
Yes.
thank you for the 2 minutes. Mi kile nataka kusema, Giovanni, I told him is going back to what we have been saying here. Wanataka kurecycle all these problems. You know, we had a Uhuru and a Ruto presidency. They laid everything on Uhuru. They forgot that Ruto was his deputy. Now they are laying everything on Ruto. Wanasema ati Rigathi was not part of this problem. I remember a certain time when Rigathi was saying that SHA is working. I remember a certain time when they came with all these programs that they're saying, even the housing. Rigathi Gachagua was supporting them. What happened around the block? Nijua alipichwa ndio aka change mind? Or what happened? That is hizo ndio sasa alijua SHA ifanyi after he was ousted out of the government. Me, I don't like to give credit to give credit to a person who is not supposed to be given credit. That guy, sincerely, he did nothing for our community. He did nothing, zero. And I can like to be shown what he did to a community. For the 2 years he was a deputy. All I know, he was just going around choppers, talking and beating other leaders. There is nothing I saw that guy doing for the community. All I can appreciate him for now, he gave us all the secrets they were doing with Ruto. Zile pesa zote wameiba na Ruto, zile bisanga zote wamefanya na Ruto. Hiyo ndio tu kitu naweza appreciate na yeye. Jo alikuja akatuambia. But for me, seeing him as a presidential candidate, my friend, that is a problem. He's like removing a problem, bringing another bigger problem. That one I can never do.
Okay, let me say this, Bwana Mzalendo. First and foremost, I find people accusing Gachagua of the same things their own leaders keep doing. There is no one you can tell me who does something different from what Gachagua does. Raila mobilized his community behind him. Ruto has kept mobilizing his community behind him. So when you talk about Gachagua doing this, Gachagua doing that, at the end of the day, every other leader does the same. That's one. Two, let's go back to what Joseph keeps saying, that Gachagua has not done anything for the community. I personally, I come from Nyeri. Our area borders where Gachagua is Madeira, and I can tell you for surety, immediately the vice president was taken out of that seat. There is Pombe. I don't know whether Joseph comes from our place or he lives in the US. Do you live in Kenya? Joseph?
Me, I've been in Kenya. I live in Kirinyaga. That's why I say there is nothing he has done for our community.
Now,
Maybe
there is pombe that Mzalendo, and you allow me to speak this. There is pombe that is usually packaged in Kenya breweries bottles. It's brown bottles, but hiyo pombe inauzangwa 100. Ukikunywa, ukinunulia au vijana hiyo pombe tu moja, huyo mtu hata kukojoa anaanzaka kukojoa immediately, aendangi anywhere. Kashagwa fought for those illicit brews every day of his office time, and immediately wakati ule alipoondoshwa, because hii ni kitu mimi niliona na macho yangu, hizo malori zilikuwa ambazo zilikuwa zinaletanga hizo na zina distribute, the guy, the owner of that nini, yeye ndio distribute yeye mwenyewe all through the central region. Kachagwa alipotoka tu hivi, immediately hizo pombe zilirudi. So you can castigate the man as much as you can. You can say so much ABCD about, oh, anaongea hii, anajipenda hii, anasema mambo ya shareholding. What the man is that he is a bit different from our norm of a politician. Yeye amezoea kusemanga ile kitu ambayo iko kwa roho yake. Hajapata hekima maybe, ama hivyo ndivyo yuko, yeye anajuanga tu kusema ukweli. But I can tell you, I used to dharau, I used to call him a buffoon. I used to believe in Baba. I used to believe in the ideals of ODA Onini Azimio. But what happened immediately? Kina Joho, look at Joho. Joho mwenye alikuwa na hapa mpaka na mama yake. He is hawezi work na mtu anaitwa Ruto. Look at the man today. So what I'm saying is, Bwana Mzalendo, let us not be so emotional when it comes to Gachagua. The same standard tunapatia wengine, tupatie pia Gachagua. Mswahili usema mgala muue, lakini haki yake wacha tumpe. I close on that.
Well, mganga muue lakini haki yake mpe. Hiyo ni Swahili sanifu sana.
Lakini sikuribato bwana, sikuribato bwana. Mambo ya pombe ndio ningesema hapo, na mambo ya pombe ningesema kitu. Juu mambo ya pombe ikuanza na Gachagua. Mambo ya pombe ilianza hata kitambo sana, hata before Gachagua kuja. Mimi mambo ya pombe ilianza kupigwa nikiwa nyumbani 2017. So hakuna kitu ametufanyia Mzalendo. Us as people from Kirinyaga hakuna kitu ametufanyia. Maybe Nyeri.
Ni sawa, you love time to talk about the Kirinyaga politics and central politics.
We shall catch up tomorrow. Wacha tuwavijia very special.
Tonight we have reflected on a man whose story is in the Kenyan fabric history, Raila Odinga, who was not just a politician, he was a visionary. It was a movement, a mirror reflecting the soul of the nation, Kenya. He taught us what leadership is all about: sacrifice, that courage that he stands tall even when the world bends against you. After losing many elections, he still talks to the same people who stole the elections from him. And that freedom is never free. You have to fight for it. It is earned through sweat, pain, and conviction. So whatever we are doing here, it is the conviction that you have for your country. It is the love that you have for your country. Although we are doing it in the social place, we are sacrificing our time and talking about our beloved country, called Kenya. As Kenya enters this new chapter without Baba, the question is not who replaces him, but who will continue with the dream. The struggle for justice, unity, equality must now live on in each and every one of us. So tonight, we say, rest well, Jacom. The lion sleeps, but it still roars and echoes from many generations. I want to thank my panelists who have been here. Earlier on, we had Bonnie, Eric, Jeremy, Alex, Macchiadi, Giovanni, and of course, John, who has been here. I believe that we have learned a lot, and truly believe that the courage and the spirit that are in you guys, you'll continue giving out the civic education that many Kenyans need out there. It has been kama kawaida mzalendo, na I hope that mlikuwa na siku njema. I can see somebody sending me a private message. Sawa, you and also regards from one lady who normally joins our show. Her name is Gypsy Kona. Amewasalimia sana you regular panelists wa hapa Africa 24. Let me leave you with this tribute that I did for Raila.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town. Down the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to let a little girl in Kingston town.